Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the Tata Steel Chess Day 9. It's the ninth round of the tournament, and on your screen, you can see Gukesh, the Indian youngster who is going to face the world champion today, Magnus Carlsen, for the first time ever in classical chess. It's going to be an epic day. And there you can see Gukesh getting ready for the big encounter. Guys, what are your feelings today? Gukesh taking on Magnus Carlsen. What do you think will happen? Let me know if you think that the Indian youngster, 16-year-old, will manage to beat the mighty Magnus. And Gukesh, as always, looking very calm, cool, collected. Today I decided to start on time instead of starting at 8 o'clock every day. I thought, we don't want to miss the start of Gukesh versus Magnus. So that is how. But look at Gukesh's calmness. That's just so amazing to witness. So calm, so cool. Beloglavi Soup says Gukesh wins. I just want to soak in the atmosphere there, of being in Wijk, sitting at home but being there. I can also be near them through this. And there comes Fiona. She's the interviewer. She's taking a picture of Gukesh. हर्ष कुमार says, हर्ष कुमार, गुकेश बिल्कुल ऐसे बैठा रहता है डेथ मैच में भी ब्रेक्स में. Correct. He's also yawning. I don't know if he slept well. Gukesh looks so serious and then suddenly yawns. We are waiting for Magnus to join in. The other boards we have here. Let's see. No. Vincent Keymer takes on Abdusattorov. Ooh, that's going to be exciting. And Richard Rapport is here. He will take on Arjun. Mr. Kiran Reddy says Gukesh might show his hidden talent today to beat Magnus as he gets his weapons sharp. That is true. When he loses, he is always looking to make a comeback. Dhime Love says Gukesh gonna get bullied, I think. Oof. Don't know. Magnus has 2 wins back to back. The first one against Rapport, the second one against Caruana. So he is in great form right now with 2 wins. Ramit says Gukesh looks like the kid before exam waiting for the question paper. he is that age, right? He is 16. JE main started today. My attempt on 31st will leave at 8. Well, Kshitij, good luck to you. Just make sure that you give your best. Be confident. Don't get stressed out. Be like Gukesh. Calm, cool, and confident. That's how you do it. Anmol says, Sagar, your prediction for Anish versus Ding. I would say if Anish is white, most likely a draw. And Anish is white, I believe, against Ding. So, no, Ding. Anish is black. Still, I would say it's a draw. Uday Shetty says, what might be today's reason for Magnus being late? Is it the traffic or the food? Let's see. Let's see. I think Magnus will arrive on time. Mukul, I know that today by the way, there is a special guest that will be there. Daniel King will join us today. Then tomorrow there will be another special guest who will join us. So dhire dhire we will have all the guests. Kishore AK says it's very cold here and cloudy, so maybe Magnus is still sleeping. Who knows? But I think Gukesh has prepared a lot before the game. That's why he's yawning. I don't think he slept well. Or does it happen like when you are sometimes stressed, you start to yawn? Games will start at 6:45. In 1 minute from now, there you have the gong being hit. And there we have it. The games have started, but Gukesh is waiting. He's not pressed the clock. He's waiting for Magnus to arrive. And you see, that's also a very nice trait. You could just start the clock on your own. And there you have Magnus comes in, shakes hands. Gukesh now starts the clock. Magnus slightly late, like by few seconds. And wearing his black suit with Unibet on the sleeves while Gukesh wearing the Waka jacket. It is going to be one hell of a round between these two. And there you have Magnus adjusting all his pieces. What do you think is going to be his first move here, guys? Typical Magnus style of adjusting, and he plays his pawn up to d4. Wow. Magnus Carlsen opens the game with d4 here, and Gukesh responds with knight to f6. Okay. And Magnus goes away somewhere. Now, let's just think about this. Okay. Gukesh has played here knight f6. Will Magnus play bishop f4 to go into the London? Will he go into c4 main line stuff? Will he play knight f3 just to know what Gukesh wants to do? By the way, the players are given this nice small table on the side where they can put their stuff. So, and Magnus puts c4. Ooh, he's going for the main line stuff. And I believe Gukesh's repertoire is always e6 oriented. So I don't think he's going to change anything there. If he plays g6, I'll be super shocked here. I don't think you change that stuff when you're playing the world champion. Yes, he goes e6. Okay, very solid, very calm, very superb. And now knight to f3 by Magnus. He plays his knight out to f3. Let's also have the board here. And Gukesh plays the very super solid d5. Just hitting the center. Knight c3 by Magnus. Okay. And now I think Gukesh will go for his favorite Ragozin, because that's the opening that he's played. I think he will go for, what do you think, guys? Will he go for the Ragozin or will he play something else? Maybe another idea could be to play c5, which is the Tarash, or bishop e7, which leads to queen's gambit declined, or c6, which leads to the semi-Slav. Oh, he goes for bishop b4. He goes for the Ragozin. He believes in himself. By the way, in the background we have Dirk Jan ten Guzendam. He is one of the most well-known journalists in the chess world. And then we have Fiona as well in the background. Now Magnus thinking, but you know, Gukesh's main opening repertoire is the Ragozin. He's been playing this since the young age, since he was 14 years old. Now he's 16. Times are opposite. Okay, let me just fix the times. This one goes here. This one comes this side. All good, guys. All good. Thank you so much for helping me. Now, what will Magnus do? Look, there are a few moves. One is bishop g5. This is one of the main moves here. Second is you can take here cd, ed, then go bishop g5. Then there's another idea which is queen a4 check. He takes cd, okay? And I think Gukesh will take back with the pawn, quite certainly. Yeah, takes ed. And now Magnus puts his bishop out on f4. Guys, this is interesting because bishop f4 is not so commonly played here. And I can actually try and see if we can get our, and you can see Gukesh looking in the distance. He is trying to recollect his preparation. I think Gukesh has played this or faced this line before. What we can actually check out on our chess base board. There we have it. Let me just refresh it. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop b4. We have 30,000 games here, and after cd, ed, we have 7,600 games. But main move is bishop g5 that has been played in 6,000 games. Queen a4 check has been played in 677 games. Bishop f4 only in 390 games. But notice Magnus Carlsen has played it so many times against Firuza, against Giri, Grishchuk, Aronian, Le Quang Liam, even against Vishy Anand. No, Caruana has played it with Anand. So I don't think it would come as a surprise to Gukesh, but still Gukesh is thinking for his move here. The main line here, main line guys, is to castle in this position. That would lead to the main move, main position. There's also c6, there's also c5. Let's just see what you guys think should be the move here, because you know it's a fresh, sort of a fresh position. It's going towards freshness. So what do you think is the move Gukesh will play here? Let's try and use our chat chess moves. We have around 1,000 people who are joining in, guys. Please do like the stream. We have started 1.5 hours in advance today because one of our gems, D Gukesh, is facing the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and it is a big moment for us, all the fans, because it's going to be fun to see how he plays against him. So there are castles is one of the main ideas. Knight e4 I think is just a little bit overstretching, no? Like rook c1 maybe, just it's possible to play that as well. Knight e4 for sure. But why is Gukesh thinking so much? This is clearly something that he would have prepped, no? But also, yes, I will start at 6:30 for Magnus versus Pragg. You know, it's a special day because Magnus versus Pragg is my birthday. So that is a very special birthday that I'm going to have, Magnus Praggnanandhaa. And we'll try to invite a special guest on that day. Any suggestions for whom we can invite? Dhime Love says, I usually play bishop f5. Don't know how good it is. Seems like a pretty decent idea, bishop f5. In fact, I think it's something that should be thought of. Oh, 94. Who said that? Who said that? Let me see. How many of you guessed this? 94. So many of you. Brilliant job by Shaumik, Mridul, Chess Champion, Swapnil and Prathamesh. But look at Magnus. He's instantly played his move Rook C1 and he's telling Gukesh, look, I'm well prepared here. What's your idea? Man, 94 is such a combative move. And also, if we quickly check our chess base 17, we will realize that knight e4 is the second most popular move in this position. Knight e4. We have 126 games with 115 going rook c1. And now the main line, Gukesh has played this with Abdusattorov. Look at this. If we make G, Gukesh has one game with Abdusattorov and he had gone knight c6 there. So Magnus would come well prepared for knight c6. Here, this move. So Gukesh has to think whether he wants to fight Magnus's preparation or does he want to try something new and surprise the world champion. Mr. Kiran Reddy, that's a nice suggestion. I will try. Sushant Goyal says NC6 feels like the move Gukesh would go for. Yes, I think that here knight c6 is definitely something to think about. But if you play a move like castles, then what white wants to do essentially is go e3. Okay, just very solid center. And let's say you try to go rook e8. You play your bishop to d3 and then you castle. And I think this is what white wants. Just simple play. So Gukesh must think if he goes knight c6 here, e3, the same kind of a thing, then all of a sudden there is a very powerful move in this position that black can play. Can you guys guess it? What is that move that black plays in this position? After, if e3 is actually not a good move, so not such a good move. Magnus already putting a lot of pressure on Gukesh by not even sitting at the board. And that's some kind of some tactics that you try and do when your opponent is young, facing you for the first time. I'm sure that when Magnus was also facing players like Anand or Kramnik, they did it against him when he was young. Yeah, let's see what the moves have been recommended. Oh, he goes what? What did he do? Knight d7. Wow. Gukesh goes for knight d7 here. He plays his knight here. And you can see Magnus now taking his glass of water, sipping it, and just trying to figure out that what is it that Gukesh wants to do with this move knight d2. Sorry, knight d7, not knight d2. Yeah, I will show you the standings and also the pairings. I will do that. But first, let me just see in this position. I had asked you a question. If oh, he played already his move. Wow, Magnus showing some stellar preparation in the opening with knight d2 already playing it. He has 1 hour 40 minutes. Gukesh has 1 hour 34 minutes. Gukesh thinking there, not looking at the board, trying to recollect his opening preparation. And Gukesh also moving quickly. He takes on c3. Okay. Now you must take with the pawn, of course. Takes back. And now I don't think you want to go bishop a3, because then you are just provoking the rook. Oh, he plays bishop a3. But then the rook can go to b1, which is like a good square, right? Oh, this is getting very, very interesting. I don't know if this has been played before. We have to check our chess base and mega database. Uh, and by the way, today there is an offer, the Republic Day offer on chess base and mega database. If you get it, you get the chess base India hoodie worth rupees 1300 absolutely free. So it's a big offer. Please do check it out and try to make use of it. Sushant says, Sagar bhai, what are your views on Nodirbek in this tournament? By the way, the link to buy Chessbase and Mega Database is in the pinned message and also in the description, so you can check it. My view on Nodirbek is that he has played phenomenally well. He has played so well, so accurately, and it's going to be not easy to stop him from winning this tournament. He's playing so well. He won the Gashimov Memorial, but he didn't do so well in Tata Steel Chess India when he came to India. So, yeah. Also at the World Rapid and Blitz, he couldn't perform to the best of his abilities. Okay, what's the plan after Rook B1 here? By the way, all the people who had answered this question and I had asked them that after Knight C6, E3, what is the problem? The right answer was G5. So you are taken away this square, and after you go back, you'll go H5. And just so that you know, that here playing g5 makes no real sense because the bishop can drop back to d2. So the idea of putting your knight here is to actually provoke e3 and then go g5, bishop g3 and h5 when black has good play here and a good position. So keep this plan in mind of going knight c6 and g5 and h5. But Gukesh went knight d7, and Magnus clearly also knew that if he goes e3, Gukesh is ready now for, guys, again, what is Gukesh? Rajesh Manghani is not 17, he's just 16. He's 2006 born, and in May he will turn 17. Shaumik Banerjee, Reema Patil, Alok Raj, Harsh Kumar, Disha, Shantanu, very good. G5 here once again, and after bishop, say e5, I have f6. You go back, I have h5, threatening to trap, and if you go h4 here, I can always take, and this does spoil the structure a bit, and this is what Gukesh was angling for. But Magnus, of course, very smart, and he does not decide to play e3 here because of g5, and instead goes knight to d2. And now, if Gukesh had gone g5 here, then already trouble because this pin no longer works. And so a very strong move here would have been, guys, what should be? What should be White's move? By the way, guys, all those who are liking my shirt that I'm wearing, thank you so much. It's a big day for Indian chess, and I thought I'll get ready a bit. You know, did my haircut, looking a slightly sharper. No, the move here is a very nice one. Yeah, inspired by Levon Aronian also. And so the move that I was looking for from all of you. Oh, did he play? Magnus did play. He went rook b1. And Gukesh goes knight to b6. By the way, here the move was knight takes d5, and this has been answered by Shaumik, Sumati, Tushar, Gandhar, Dhime, Gauransh, Anil Kumar, Prathamesh, and Manish Dhawan. Well done, guys. So here knight d5, gf, and not take here because then I can take with the queen or just move the king. You can't take here because of bishop takes this. But what you can do is you can, after take here, take on b4 and white is better. So anyway, this did not happen in the game. He did not go for these lines like g5. He took on c3, b takes c3, bishop a3, rook b1, and now knight b6. And you can see Gukesh gaining time in the position and also now almost on equal time with Magnus Carlsen. Both have almost equal time. Let's quickly check if such a game has happened before in our ChessBase 17 and Mega database. So here we go. Rook c1, knight takes, knight d7, only 4 games played. This was Kasparov versus Nepomniachtchi, Zhu versus Yu, Petrov, Schweritz. So not played in too many games. Knight d2 by Xiong, take, bishop a3. So Xiong Schweritz did happen. I think this must be the St. Louis in 2019. Okay, so it's been 3 years since then. Knight b6, and their queen c2 happened, bishop d7, e3, queen e7, bishop b5, c6, bishop d3, and then okay, this was how that game continued. But now Magnus seems a little bit sort of in his thought. Big fan from Antarctica, says Vedha Vignesh. Arey wah, kya baat hai. From Pearl City, Hyderabad, says Kiran Reddy, supporting Gukesh here. Nice. Varu Vasan says, Sagar sir, can you ship your chess sets to Georgia? I study abroad and I'm not visiting India soon. Yes, we can. And you can actually place an order there. It's actually 3rd or 4th link in the description, the chess set, and you can get it. You may have to pay for shipping charges, but that you will get it to your doorsteps. So people who want to look at the standings, guys, these are the standings of the tournament. Nodirbek is, one second, did I pull up the right? No, this is after 6 rounds. What am I doing? One second, I have to pull up after round 8. These are after round 8. Nodirbek on 6 out of 8, Anish on 5, Wesley so on 5, Levon 4.5, Pragg 4.5, Caruana 4.5, Magnus 4.5, Ding on 4, Rapport on 3.5, Maghsoodloo 3.5, Arjun 3, Jordan Van Forest 3, Vincent and Gukesh on 2.5. And if you are looking for the pairings of this round number 9, these are the pairings that we have right now. We have Wesley versus Parham, Magnus versus Gukesh. We have Praggnanandhaa taking on Caruana. So that's a big game. Let's go to that game as well. Arjun versus Rapport. Aronian versus Jordan. Vincent versus the tournament leader Nodirbek, and Ding versus Anish. That's how it is. Okay, Magnus thinking, taking his time. It's been 4 to 5 minutes since he made his move. I don't know what he's thinking about, guys, but one plan could be to play simply e3. That could be a good idea. But then you have to deal with what are you planning for bishop f5, rook b3 and bishop d6. So that could be one way. And that's the reason why you can start with the move queen c2, stopping bishop f5. That is a very typical plan here. And also, if black castles, then generally after bishop d3, white will get some play against the h7 pawn, and you don't want to do that. Like let's say you play h6, bishop d3, bishop e6, just as a normal move. These positions are going to be slightly better for white, especially because he can break with c4 or e4 and have all these possibilities in hand. Even if Guki loses, this tournament will be a good chance to learn, find weaknesses and improve. I agree with you. Celebrian Lorinan. I agree. Anish and Ding is crazy, crazy says. Okay, let's quickly go through the games. Let's first see this one. This is Praggnanandhaa versus Caruana. And we have an interesting opening that has happened here. It is again the Ra goes in, but Pragg goes for Queen A4 check line, provoking Knight C6 and then E3 castles, dropping the Queen back. This is all theory, well known. B6 played by Fabiano, Bishop D2, Knight to E7, A3, Bishop went back to D6, B4 played, and now Fabi played C6. A very quick question to you. Bishop B7 with the idea of taking here. Why is this a blunder? Guys, be awake, be ready. What is the problem here? Yes. The bishop is trapped here with the move C5. Fantastic answers by Anitha, Sangeet, Araki, Rishi, Surajit, Tharun, Sai Arvind, Shivani, Anil Kumar, and Daksh. So the bishop is trapped. So that's the reason why in this position, Praggnanandhaa goes for, Caruana goes for the move C6, and Pragg can now decide to just develop his bishop. He may even think about taking on D5, but that doesn't look so great. Just bishop E2 and castle looks fine. So Pragg slightly better out of the opening. And we can also check this game on our chess base 17 to see if this has been played before. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop b4. Check here, knight c6. We have 3,800 games here. E3, castles, queen c2, 652 games. And now b6 has been played in only 105 games, which continued with bishop d2, and now knight e7, again only in 10 odd games here, 14 games. Vidit Wojtaszek is one of the games, and this has been played in some of these games. So here Praggnanandhaa pushed a3, and everyone had taken on c3, but he goes bishop d6, and we are already in fresh position in virgin territory. So let's just zoom in here and see how Pragg is down to 1 hour 20 minutes, while Fabiano Caruana has 1 hour 43 minutes. So Pragg taking his time and trying to figure his way out of all that is happening here. Guys, what do you think? Sai Arvind says Fabi always creates some new ideas. That's true. That's true. Do you think Pragg can come out strongly today? Because he definitely was doing very well in this tournament until the previous round when he lost against Richard Rapport. But then today, if he wins, he can make a solid comeback, and he would be looking to do that. Let's now go to the next game that we have here. That is between Ding Liren, who is on 1 hour 29 minutes. Let's quickly open up that game. Ding Liren is on 1 hour 28 minutes, and Anish has 1 hour 36 minutes. Okay, very quickly, let's go knight f3 by Ding, d5 by Anish, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, e6, castles, bishop e7, c4, castles, b3, this is a way to avoid the Catalan. After d4 you go into Catalan, but by playing b3 it is played, but you don't go into that deep theory. d4 by Anish, this is supposed to be very very direct. And after bishop b2, no, he played e3, c5, and knight e5 by Ding. Okay, queen c7, attacking the knight here. The knight had to be defended. Knight d7 played, knight to d3. Okay, e5, knight a3, a6, stopping knight b5, bishop b2. And now his idea is that you want to take and then try to weaken the d4 pawn. So bishop d6. And guess the move that Ding played here. He played the move g4. Wow. So Ding Liren just trying to go all out against Anish Giri. Amazing. He's got g4. He wants to push g5. And Anish takes on f4. And Ding has to decide between taking back, which might be a very bad decision because his bishop on b2 is completely locked. But if you were to take ed, cd, bishop d4, you cannot be taking this because of guys, did you see why this cannot be played? Yes, Shaumik Banerjee, Kishore, AK, knight is hanging, Randy Ballin, Sela Jain, Naman Chordia, exactly. Take here on a3 and white is lost. So if we go back very quickly to our chess based board and try to just see if there are any new ideas here. So let's just see. d4, sorry, he went knight f3. He started off with knight f3. I think knight f6, g3, e6, bishop g2, d5, castles, bishop e7, c4, castles, b3, d4, and we have 938 games, e3, c5, 500 games, and only 58 of them continued this move. But there are very strong players who have played it. In fact, Anish and Ding themselves have played this against each other at the Shenzhen Cup in 2019. Wow. And Fedosiev also has played this with Anish. So clearly Anish knows this line very well. Queen c7 is what he plays. f4 also was played. Knight d7 here. He went back knight d3. Actually in that last game against Ding, he had gone knight f d7. This time he came better prepared and he played knight b d7. Knight d3 was played by Ding. Now e5 played here. And bishop b2, bishop d6. This is Gukesh's line. There was a Gukesh game here against Anton Guyaro from World Blitz Championship last year. Not this 2022, but before that. So knight e5, queen c7, f4, knight d7, knight d3, e5, bishop b2, bishop d6, and now I think this knight a3, a6 has happened, and in comes the shocking move g4, which is a new idea by Ding, and that is going to be very interesting to follow. After e takes f4, how does Ding Liren respond? Does he take here? Does he take here? Many questions. Okay, let's quickly go and check the game of Magnus versus Gukesh. That's a game we shouldn't be missing out on any action. But after e3, oh, that's an interesting decision by Magnus, because queen c2 does stop bishop f5, and that might be Gukesh's prep, but e3 allows the bishop to go to f5, and I think Gukesh would be happy to put his bishop here, rook b3, get his bishop back to d6, bishop takes, queen takes, And now after bishop e2, even castle is good, but there is a very nice move here. Can you find it? Black to play. Guys, it's a very nice move and you need to be alert for it. But let's see how many of you can find it. Vimal Bahuguna on our ChessBase India shop. There is a book in Hindi by Niklesh Jain, which is free of cost. You can just type their Hindi book. Go to chessbase.in and you will find online shop there. Yes, and I'm really amazed that so many of you actually found this move. Queen g6 is the correct move, threatening to take on g2, but also threatening this kind of double attack here with bishop c2. So brilliant job. All those who found queen g6, Vaibhav, Sangeet, Viswa, Gaurav, Risat, Saumik, Rishi, Sai Arvind, Rocky, and Harsh Mishra. Great job, guys. And Gukesh has put his bishop on f5, which is the correct decision now. He has 1 hour 34 minutes. Magnus has 1 hour 23 minutes. And I believe Magnus is going to play rook b3. I don't see any other move being played here. He goes rook b3. And now for Gukesh, it's a question between bishop coming back to e7 or d6. These are the two moves that he would be considering. Just a second, guys. I will be here in a second. Guys, I think Gukesh will go bishop d6. Yes, he does. Good move. Good move by Gukesh. And Magnus not being allowed to walk a lot. Does Magnus have a new idea up his sleeve? Here. Because I think one game had happened in this line. But not with e3. Like in that game, queen c2 was played, that Jeong game. So this is already new position. And I think Magnus is not prepared. So he's thinking on his own. I think a very interesting idea here. Like bishop d6, queen d6 definitely is a playable alternative. It's nothing surprising. But there could be an interesting concept here, which is queen f3. And the point is you want to keep your bishop a little more, like queen a little more active. And let's say I go bishop g6. You can start creating more play with h4. Yeah, Bulusu Satwik, you are right. Queen f3 might be the move. If Magnus plays like takes, and bishop e2, I think Gukesh has this queen g6 idea which we just spotted. So Magnus must tread a little carefully here about what to do. But let's also have a look at the game of Vincent versus Abdusattorov, because Abdusattorov is the leader of the tournament and today is a very important game for him. He played the Tarash. Wow, a3. And we are in maybe fresh position. Guys, look at this, okay? Take. White to play. What would you play here? Just think, it's a beautiful move. Let's think. Yeah, tag me Rishi. I think Gukesh is well prepared here. Guys, this next move is just so crazy. I just can't believe that such a move does exist. It's so beautiful also. You know what the move is? Yeah, so 95 is a pawn, kind of you take here, maybe you win the d5 pawn, but there's nothing special. I mean, if Vincent finds this, it'll be crazy. I think a lot of you found it, but I think you guys, many of you found it, might not be finding it very fairly, because this move is really very tough. Knight g1. Wow, what a positional move. See, the thing is, in chess, you have to be asking where are the weaknesses. And if you see, d5 is a weak pawn because no other pawn can come and protect it. Once no one can protect it, it's attacked once, defended once, you bring your knight back, and then you want to put it on e2 and to f4 to attack it 3 times. So, this is such a brilliant move. And let's say you try to defend it. I now go either knight h3 or knight e2. Let's say knight h3. You try to defend this further. I go knight f4 and my knight is beautifully positioned, also looking at this bishop, and I think white is better. So let's see if Vincent manages to find this idea. But now let's go to Arjun's game, because Arjun is playing against Richard Rapport, and there you see Arjun is not on the board. But let's have a look at the opening to see what happened. e6, knight c3, bishop b4, and now Arjun had beaten Richard Rapport in the World Rapid Championship, and he had played one move here. Do you guys remember? What did Arjun play here? युवराज भंडारी, ये जो शर्ट है, I was given a cloth by Ranjan Mohanty from Odisha, who is a very big chess lover and also works in the income tax department, also in AICF, and a very nice person in general. And he had given me a cloth of the Odisha cloth, and I made it into a kurta. So it's a very precious one. Generally, you don't put so much effort, right, that you just buy a t-shirt. Here I made it. I had given my sort of size and everything. It was memorable. Yes, e3, f3 is what he had played, and this is Arjun's pet line, the f3 Nimzo. But today he goes for e3. This also shows that how Arjun is very flexible. He can quickly change his openings. He can quickly learn new things, and that's very important when you're playing at that level against these top players, because they are going to come prepared. b6, knight e2, very important move. Actually, I used to play this a lot. Knight e2, knight e4. Okay, I think queen c2. Yeah, bishop b7, a3. So he took, knight takes, queen takes. And what is Arjun's small little advantage here, guys? What do you think is Arjun is flowing in Arjun's favor in this position? He has the strong center, very good, and also the bishop pair, fantastic. He has the bishop pair and the strong center, so a lot of things going his way. But what he does not have is this development, and he cannot instantly develop because his g2 pawn can also fall. So d6, he played b3, queen h4, bishop b2. And now he's asking Richard that, look, Richard, what I want to do is I want to maybe defend f2 and then long castle, then play f3, then maybe get my bishop out, and I will have the bishop pair and a strong center. What would you have? And that's the reason why Richard Rapport has to be very careful. Saransh says, isn't e3 blocking the black square bishop? Well, the idea is to put the bishop on b2. That's what the idea was. Okay, let's quickly go back to the game of Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen, because that's the big one today. And after, oh, look at Magnus. Magnus went bishop g3, and here Gukesh simply castled it out very quickly. And he is telling Magnus that, look, I have a very clear position. I have my pieces out. I am going to put my rook on the half open file here, rook e8, and I will move my queen up. I'll bring my other rook here. I mean, everything looks pretty good for black. If you're getting this position as black against Magnus, you should be happy. If he gets ambitious and plays c4, then this is definitely something to be thought about. That if you are black here and your opponent makes a move like c4, what is the first thing that goes through your head, and what is the move that you would come up with? So try to think, what would you play here as black to play? Yes, guys, think about it this way, that when your opponent's king is in the center, you want to open up the position. And that's the reason why the right answer here given by all of you, fantastic job, c5 is the right move. You want to open up the position. Nishkit, Darbha, Sai Arvind, Satyam, Harshit, Celia, Persevere, Shaumik, Rajiv and Arjun Iyer, you are attacking the center, and at some point if you can open it up, then the king is still here. So I don't think Magnus is going to get into all that trouble there by playing the move c4 so soon. He's going to first develop bishop e2. I think that is the safest way for Magnus Carlsen to continue. He should not try for over ambition with c4. Bishop e2 is fine. Then maybe Gukesh may go c5, and then Magnus must quickly castle it out, and well, then Gukesh will have a chance to maybe push c4 and ask the question to the rook, where does it want to go? So if bishop takes, queen takes, because if you take the rook, then f8 is hanging. So you take on d6 and then rook to b2. Here, why is this such a huge advantage to black? I'm thinking. I get it. I get it. What's the move here, guys? What's the move? Black to play. No, queen a3, maybe queen c1. Oh, then you want to play knight a. Queen a3 I like actually. Queen a3, knight a, queen c1, knight a4. Oh, he went knight f3. By the way, the move that I was looking for is queen c6 here, with the idea of playing knight a4, attacking the b2 and c3 pawns, and this might become very nasty, very, very difficult position for white. But Magnus did not go for bishop e2. Magnus played knight to f3. Okay, now Gukesh must be very, very focused here. My first instinct are two moves. One is rook e8 comes to mind for me, and the second is to play c5. These two moves seem natural to me. What do you feel, guys? Guys, please do like the stream. Today we also have a guest joining us at 8:30 p.m. Indian time, in 1 hour from now. So c5 does look nice, right? Because if he takes, you can take back. c3 might get a bit weak. Yes, your d5 pawn is also isolated, but c3 is also weak. The other idea which some of you have mentioned is knight c4, and I think this is a move which might not be easy for Gukesh to find, although it looks such a cool move now. Just imagine, one of the things is that you're giving up this pawn. But what is the best move here for black? After you give up this pawn, what should black play here? Black to play. No, not guest from the bedroom. Guest is someone else. Yeah, this move is very typical. You know, it's like a mouse trap. You lure something in with some food, you lure the mouse in, and then you shut the trap. And that is exactly what you can do here if you are alert and the chat is alert. Brilliant job, guys. Excellent work by Mahaswin, Karthik, Aryaman, Datta, Rishi, Persevere, Surya Prabhat, Nishkit, RK, and Mukund. Play knight b6, trap the rook, and next move you can go bishop c8 and pick it up. So that's the reason why knight c4 is a playable idea. It's not a bad idea, but then after take, now if rook b7, then in this case, yes, you cannot trap the rook by, because your knight is gone. But what you can definitely do now is this very nice move, bishop d3. And can anyone tell me, why do you put your bishop on d3? What's the reason? Apart from the fact that it's on a good square, what is the other reason? Yes, Mustafa, bishop c8, bishop a6, I'll take on b7, bishop b7, rook e8. I'll be exchange up. Yes, it prevents castling. Beautiful job, guys. There's no way to castle. And with this king in the center, this would give black a huge advantage. So Gukesh has many tempting ideas. Knight c4, c5. But let's see what he comes up with. Himang says Adiban versus Aline is a crazy game today. The beast played rook g1 and g4 in the opening. Okay, we have to quickly check it because that will be very interesting to see what happened in Adiban versus Aline Robers. So Adiban playing with white today goes knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. What? G4? By the way, I remember having prepared this, And my main line here was castles, because g5 you go knight e8. That's what I think I had prepared. But very quickly, let's also check with our mega database as to how many times this has happened. So knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. G4 has been played in 410 games. And yes, there was this one game with Mohamed Diarra, if I'm not mistaken. No, someone else. Yeah, castles is what I had intended. G5, you go knight e8, and then you break with d5, and that's how you can play, not getting afraid of your opponent overextending in the center, on the flank. But Eileen goes rook h6, rook g1, b6, queen b3, bishop e7, d4, bishop b7, g5, take, bishop takes, d6. And I think Adiban already seems to have a very comfortable edge here. Okay, so that's good. Let's quickly go and check the game of Praggnanandhaa versus... Oh, by the way, Vaishali, now that we are here, let's quickly see what Vaishali is up to. Vaishali has played very aggressively in the Najdorf. She goes bishop g5, bishop e3. Okay, that's kind of a waste of move, but g4, h6 could be her prep, a4, e6, and now h4. But she seems to have missed something here. And that something is, guys, black to play. What would you play in this position? This is Vaishali versus Yilmaz. Black to move. A typical idea here. What do you do? Yes, the move that I was looking for, and the move many of you suggested, is d5. And breaking in the center is a great idea. You can't go g5 because hg, rook h1 is hanging for the time being. And if you take, which is very good, then black wants to play the move bishop b4, attacking here. And then if you try to defend it, then after take, knight takes d5, black is the one in the driver's seat. So that's how things can happen. By the way, a huge think by Ding Liren here. He has been thinking for close to, I would say, he has played one move. But 26 minutes later, he went g5 and Anish went knight e8. But Anish was not ready to give up material with fe3, which was a possibility, like gf, maybe knight f6, but then he has to consider a counter sacrifice with rook f6, and things could get messy there. But he should have played fe3. It seems like the best move in the position, but he went knight e8, and this allows now Ding to take here with the knight, not with the pawn, because the moment you take with the pawn, these pieces are out of the game. So a positional catastrophe would be to take with the pawn here. But if you take with the knight, I think white is very much doing okay. Let's go and check what Pragg is up to against Caruana. We saw until the move c6, Pragg did go c5, bc, bishop c7. He then played his bishop to d3, knight g6, knight e2. And this one is right now where Caruana is thinking. And Caruana, by the way, has 1 hour 40 minutes. So he had not thought at all until this point. This might be his first big thing. But also, I believe that Praggnanandhaa, what is his idea if his opponent plays e5 is a question. Does he want to take here fg and take on e5? But then there is knight e4, and black is the one who's doing very well. So e5 does look so quite good. I mean, I believe this is how the game will continue. Let's quickly check the game of we saw here Nodirbek versus Vincent Keymer and see that if Vincent managed to come up with this idea of bishop f6, knight g1. Well, I believe he can because he's been thinking for 32 minutes now. But if he manages to come with that, we all bow down to him for his tremendous positional understanding. And what about Arjun? We haven't seen him on the screen. Let's see if we can catch a glimpse of him. Hey, there is Arjun. So queen h4, bishop b2, bishop e4, queen d2, and g5. Typical Richard Rapport. He wants to maybe go g4. Who knows, at the right time, maybe even get ideas of g3 or move the queen away after g4 and play h5, h4, h3. Some concepts that he wants here. I guess g4 also stops f3. So for example, if you long castle here, g4, there is no way to kick the bishop away with f3 because that would fall. And if queen e2, then queen h5, I still stop f3. And sometimes stopping opponent's ideas can be enough to frustrate him. Let's go back to the big game. And Gukesh did go c5. Nice. He did not play knight c4 or any other move, but c5 makes complete sense. It's a very strong move. Right. Oh, Magnus takes here because one thing that Magnus could not have allowed, guys, is the pawn push to c4 because that would have gained space and that would have pushed white back. So by taking here, now, I mean, I like Gukesh's position so much. You know, where do Gukesh's rooks stand according to you? What would be the best squares for the rooks? Bishop d3. Where would these two rooks go to according to you? Yes, Mukul Manghani, very good. E8 and c8. Right? Sneha Shah. So you can play your rook to e8, the other rook to c8. These two rooks beautifully positioned along with the bishops and knights. I don't see what the problem is for Gukesh. Let's say take, maybe queen e7, maybe rook c8, say he castles. You can go rook e8 and already the position is very, very comfortable for black. Very, very comfortable. But okay, white is also equal. I mean, this is slightly weak. This is slightly weak. That's how it is. Oh, he didn't go. He didn't take, by the way. We were thinking of take knight g1. But that was not what happened. He played knight e5. And then say DE 90, here knight d5, d5, knight d7, queen e7, knight to d5, queen e5, and I think black is doing very well. So I think Nodirbek should be happy here with maybe taking on e5 or directly playing knight d7. This is Gukesh who's thinking, oh, one second. What did he do? Oh, he played bishop e4. Gukesh always looking for some tricky moves. Did not take on d3. He plays bishop e4. Magnus just simply castles. He doesn't care. I think Gukesh can just bring his rook to c8 also. He also doesn't need to care much. Rook e8 or rook c8. Let's quickly check what Praggnanandhaa is up to. Caruana has not played his move. I'm still a little bit surprised that Caruana is not playing e5. I mean, that looks like the most natural move there. So I don't understand why he doesn't play e5. Because look, after take, knight e5, bishop e5. Maybe there is bishop c3. And perhaps this is the position which gives white something to play for after knight d4, attacking the c6 weakness, and I castle, play rook b1, and so on. By the way, guys, here's a small question for you. Again, a positional question. What would you play here as black to play? Very tough, very difficult, but I think a beautiful idea and can teach you a lot. So this is a brilliant move. I would have never ever thought that this is possible here. Yeah, this one, all of you thinking on your own, unable to come up with the answer. I'm very, very happy and proud of you that you're thinking with your mind, because the right answer here has been found by nobody. Really, nobody can find it. I mean, there are all these moves like bishop g4, which you say, but the move, look, this bishop is not, is the good bishop here. This bishop here is not so good bishop. So if you want to try and exchange this with this, what do you do? Come on, that's the hint. How do you exchange the bishops? Yes. What's the move? Not easy, not easy, but you can think about it. Let's see if any of you found it. Not a5, guys. The move here is the stunning bishop a6, and I think only one person has found it. Even that person is gone. Bishop a6, and you will think, what is he out of his mind? Is he giving up his bishop? And the problem is, now what does black do? Black to play, so generally if you play bishop a6, the idea is check and you take the bishop, but you can't take it, so knight e4, forcing the queen to move. If you move away from this diagonal, I'll give a check and I'll pick it up. But if you play queen b4, then rook b8, queen a4, and now knight takes c5, and already black is the one in driver's seat here. So Bishop a6 is a cool idea, and I think e5 will be played by Caruana very soon. Beautiful line, right? That was a great one. I really liked it. It was very instructive how you can sometimes force an exchange of your bad bishop for your good one. Okay, Arjun Erigaisi versus Richard Rapport. After g5, Arjun has stopped in his tracks, is thinking for his move because he realizes that Richard's g5 move is not the most common idea. Also, he wants to play f3, but the king is pinned, and if you play long castle, there will be g4 stopping this, and then you have to figure out, like, do you want to play bishop e2, but then f2 is hanging. Not so simple. So simple. So Arjun has some things to solve in order to get a good position. Otherwise, I mean, I think the position is around equal. Once again, please let me tell you guys that here long castling is allowed because the bishop is controlling the square from which the rook moves. The king never went here. The king is moving from d1 to c1. And so when the bishop is controlling the square, the rook can definitely move over him and the castling can happen. Let's quickly check the game of Anish versus Ding. He did take knight f4, and now Anish thinking about his move. He might be not so happy that he missed an opportunity to get a clear advantage with d takes e3, or sorry, f takes e3. But now he is on slightly backward foot because now knight d5 is coming in, and maybe you have to give your bishop for the knight. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa. What has he done? e5. Caruana did play e5. Great move by Fabi, showing some great chess, and now putting Pragg under pressure. Meanwhile, Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Vincent Keymer. Knight d7. Very good move by Nodirbek, showing his class. Because if you, by the way, take here, g5 is hanging, and if I take here, knight takes, knight d5, knight d5, bishop d5, and now queen a5 check, you win it. So knight d7 is a good move by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Let's go to Magnus. Magnus castled and Gukesh quickly played queen e7. He's maintaining a 10-minute advantage over Magnus. Not easy. Why is Gukesh getting distracted again and again? Ramit is not distracted. Randy Ballin, this is his first game in classical chess against Magnus. First game for Gukesh. First ever game, and look at his position. So nice. Rook d8, rook e8. Actually, this is a question. Whether rook e8, rook d8, sorry, rook here, or rook d8 and c8, or rook e8 and c8. These are all the questions that you have to think about. But I think it's a pleasant position to be in against Magnus Carlsen because Magnus doesn't have any real way to create a huge advantage here for white. I don't see it. If he can get a successful c4, that might mean something. But for now, the knight is controlling it firmly. Yes, for Arjun also, it's the first time that he'll play Magnus in classical chess. By the way, Levon Aronian slightly better against Jordan Van Forest. And we have been following Maghsoodloo versus Wesley. So, Wesley slightly better with the black pieces. Okay, interesting. Interesting. All games we have slow start. Let's stick with here. Let's stick with Pragg versus Caruana. What does Pragg do? Yes, I'll get something to eat. I'm just a little bit hungry. Let me get something. Okay, guys, back here. Oh, Pragg down 38 minutes on the clock. That's a good observation by Randy Ballin. Now, what I really like, guys, about Praggnanandhaa is the fact that he can assess very varied positions very nicely. Like, look, here, take, 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 and he can understand that these positions do hold good play for him because even though this is isolated, his knight has a good square here. But I think what is very easy to miss in such situations is a move like bishop a6, which we just analyzed right now. Let's see if this is going to happen because he's taken with the knight. I think Pragg must take. There's nothing else. Sorry. Tim G says if he plays your line, that will be amazing. Yeah. But you know, the thing is, it might happen because after bishop e5, you don't want to move your bishop. You don't want to move your rook. Let's say rook b1. Actually, maybe he'll do rook b1 because or bishop a6. Now if you take, knight e4 is coming. So castles, take. Yeah, he takes here. Queen e7. And maybe something like knight d4. And if you take here, I have rook c1. And then I take on c6. This does seem like a small edge. Pragg does go, oh, what did he play? He played bishop c3. Nice. Guys, we are going towards that line. We are definitely going towards the line that we have just seen. Guys, today, 3 of Indian youngsters facing 3 world-class opponents. Gukesh versus Magnus, Pragg versus Caruana, and Arjun versus Rapport. That's how. And by the way, all those who are curious about how Magnus and Gukesh are doing against each other, I would say that Gukesh is doing excellently out of the opening. He has a very firm equal position. Queen b1 as he gets up from the board, and he's put his rook on c8. And he's telling Magnus, if you want to take it, I'll take with the pawn. I'm also attacking the c3 pawn soon. This is a weakness. I have a feeling that this one is definitely a great opening position for Gukesh. And if Magnus tries to overpress it, he might get into trouble. Yes, Sambalpuri Kurta. Exactly. Gaurish D, 18 moves have been completed in Gukesh's game. Generally, I would start my commentary at this point in the stream, but this time we're already around 1 hour 20 minutes into the stream, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. Guys, are you enjoying it or not? Vignesh says, I have a strong sense Wesley is the one who's going to take this home. People talk about winning against Magnus, but winning against Wesley is almost impossible. That is true. Those chairs don't look very comfortable, says Amandeep. Maybe they are. You know what chess players generally like are very firm seats with nice cushion, not these wheel chairs, because you just keep on moving sometimes. It's not good for your back often. Good ones are. Nivya says it will be huge if Gukesh manages to win. Will boost his confidence. Yeah. You know, what Gukesh has managed to do is he's managed to sort of tie Magnus's hands. Like, Magnus has his rook nicely placed here, but what to do about the rook? Karna kya hai? Okay, maybe a4, a5 could be an idea somewhere. So he might be thinking about it. No, here. No, but then I can take and then take here. So a4, a5 is not coming. Maybe Magnus does something like rook d1, just as a calm move. But then Gukesh can play rook e8. He also has improving moves, or rook d8. Let's say I also put my rook here. Then if Magnus plays h3 somehow, maybe Gukesh does this. It's a very quiet position, and you can see how Magnus is finding it difficult to make progress here. It's not at all easy. Agni Tank says, why is Levon Aronian commentating on ChessBase India? Where is Sagar? Guys, let's quickly check what Pragg and Caruana did, because we were looking at that crazy line. Oh my god. Caruana has played it. Na 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 na. Caruana na na. What a move. Look at Pragg. He's like, अरे यार, मैंने सोचा था my bishop is better than his bishop. I really wanted my bishop to be there, but Caruana found it. But okay, the thing is, good news for Fabi is that he's going to get rid of his bad bishop. But good news for Pragg is that after castles, bishop d3, queen d3, this is still small edge for white after knight d4, rook b1. Now, what happened, by the way, in this, for all those who had not seen it before, when we analyzed, actually we saw it coming even somewhere around when he had played knight e2. I think this is where we saw it some 4 moves ago. So if you take here, there is knight e4 hitting the queen. The queen has to move somewhere, and then queen a5 check comes in and I pick up this bishop. And if you go like queen d3, then we know that there is check, king f1 and knight c5 attacking here and here, and black is better. Beautiful, right? Okay. Now that everyone's saying I'm dressed up as Levon Aronian, I'm very curious about how is Levon's position. Looks good against Jordan. I mean, it's kind of an even balance. If he gets c5 in, black gets c5 in, then the bishop opens up. If he can't get in, then white would be better. We'll see. Let's go to the game of which one? Ding Liren versus Anish Giri. Crazy game here. So when Ding went g4, Anish took here, Ding pushed, and we saw that fe3 would have been a very nice move, giving up a piece and playing this way. But he went knight e8, and now after knight f4, he's taken on e3, and I believe Ding must take back. I don't know what Ding is thinking. Maybe Ding is thinking about knight d5, but he must be careful because queen d8 to queen g5 would come in. So maybe d3, and this one definitely seems like a dangerous position for black, Anish Giri, because all his pieces are quite passively positioned. And even if you play bishop e5, I can play queen e2, take here, attack on this very important diagonal. So this one is slight trouble for Anish. Meanwhile, Wesley so slightly better against Parham Maghsoodloo. Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh. Magnus has played his move rook d1. We were talking about it, and I think Gukesh must also decide between rook e8 and rook d8. I think these two are the main moves. And Pragg already played his move. Pragg did not, and he played rook d8. Nice. Gukesh also playing very solidly against Magnus. By the way, for all the people who would be wondering if bishop takes f3 is any good, well, I would say it's something that you should play after only deep thought. Because while you do spoil his structure on the king side, what in return you are doing is that you are giving him the bishop pair. And that is something quite important. Out of creation, queen b4, rook b8 is a move. There. Shashwat says, Sagar, any plans for world championship? Not sure. Although I am planning to go to Germany for WR Masters, that's happening. I think Gukesh and Pragg are going to be there. And also Qatar Masters was a great event. In fact, it was the only event in which I played in the same uh, tournament as Magnus Carlsen. So very pleasant memories. I think even my first interview with Magnus happened there, and I think it was very, very nice. The place was beautiful, the hotel was outstanding. Qatar was just too good. I'm glad that the tournament is back. It's in October, yeah. Magnus is playing. Okay, let's go to the game of very quickly. The game between Pragg and Caruana. Oops. Yeah. So he did castle. Pragg did not get tempted into taking. Maybe Pragg saw this move as well. I don't know. Knight e4. The bishop takes. If d takes, then rook d1 and knight d4 would be better for white. You know, like this is just catastrophe. Catastrophe. You know, just knight d4 next and this is over. So castles, if knight e4, bishop e4, bishop e2, bishop takes h7, king takes h7, and what's the next move for white? White to play, guys, come on. Brilliant, guys. This is the correct move. So many of you found it in a jiffy, and that's what makes it very special. Check, and the bishop drops. And the number of people who've given this answer is Deven, Rishi, Shashwat, Subhash, Siddhant, Jay, Siban, Shaunak, Harshit, and Anirudh. Well done, guys. Excellent work. So for now, I think Fabiano does have some issues to solve. Let's very quickly go to Arjun's game, because after g5, Arjun took a solid 30 minutes, 29 minutes to be precise, and played the move h3. And what is his idea? Why did he play h3? I think it's mainly to stop g4, but Rapport anyway pushes g4. And now this is something that definitely Arjun has thought about. So let's see what Arjun comes up with. I would be very impressed if he plays something like c5. You know, it's a crazy move. Generally, you don't play it like, I don't know. Goenka06 says g3, queen h5, and rook h2. Not bad, but then you're still not threatening to take, so you may have to go h4. That's a little too passive. And Arjun now taking his time. Maybe he goes rook c1. Maybe he plays c5. Maybe he even long castles. Because here's the thing, after take, you can just take with the rook and you have a great position. What did he do? He hasn't played yet. Let's look at Arjun a little closer. As always, looking at everyone except the board. Arjun, the person who never calculates, looking at the chessboard. Just very calmly sitting in his chair, analyzing there. I love his composure. Arjun hasn't won a single game in this tournament. In fact, he is on -2. Kumarji says best way we can learn chess from beginning. Go to academy.chessbase.in. Chessranga. Very good resource. Would he be great at blind chess, Amandeep? I think so, yes. Let's quickly go to the game of Gukesh. And after rook fd8, he went bishop h4, provoking f6, and then coming back. You know, there are these little kids who are running around in the buildings, just knocking on the door of people, and when they open it, they run away. I think this bishop is that little kid. You know, sitting here, he said, let me do something. Let me knock on this here, force f6, and then run back. But somewhere I don't see that being such a big advantage. I'm sure Magnus feels like, oh, he's weakened this diagonal a bit and e6 square could become weak. But here he also lost a move. So I'm actually a bit surprised with this. But I also am not so sure on how to continue after take. Like, I would love to put my knight on c4 and maybe I can do it. And then later on this move this pawn to b6. It's looking good. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa versus Caruana. We saw it. And by the way, he's taken, played knight e4, attacking c5. Guys, how would you continue here with white? Okay, I have a question. Okay. If you play rook c1, okay, think carefully. Yeah? I play rook b8. And you play rook c2. Why is this a big blunder? Come on, quick. Why is this a big blunder? Soumya Agrawal, very good. Madhukar BV. Sriraj Trivedi, not an easy question, and a lot of you getting a little bit confused and saying queen f6. But guys, remember, you are attacking here and here. This is a loose piece, but after knight d4, I block this and I also defend this. So that's why the right sequence is knight f2, king f2, check here. There's no time to block, and I will take on a1. So fantastic job here by Soumya, Nishkit, Aryan, Madhukar, Sriraj, Random, Deepak, Harshvardhan, Tushar, and Dhime loves. Guys, I'm going to make some arrangements for our guest who's joining in a bit. Please give me a second so that I can fix everything before he arrives so that I'm not late. Oops. What just happened there? Okay. The guest is someone who's very special. He's someone whom I deeply adore. I'm a big fan of him, and I'm very happy that he's coming here today. So it's going to be great fun. And I'm also going to quickly, while you guys are looking at this, Magnus versus Gukesh game. Sorry, wrong board. Let me. So I'm going to arrange it very quickly. I'm very excited. Okay. Doing it for all the scenes because I have so many scenes here. I have 10 different scenes that I use. Actually, I have 12 different scenes that I use in my broadcast. Actually, I have 14 different scenes that I use, maybe more. And I want to ensure that he's there on each one of them. So while I am arranging things, you guys enjoy Magnus's pose against Gukesh. Why is it slight edge for black here? Guys, anyone who wants to try it, why is it slight edge for black? What would you say is the reason? Guys, tomorrow early morning, I'm traveling to Pune. So I'm going there and I will be meeting Vidit, who has a simultaneous exhibition that he's giving at the Persistent group. And that will be very interesting. He's going to play there and I'm going to meet him at that event. And who knows, maybe if he's free tomorrow, we can get him to commentate. But we'll see. We'll see. Samay, I met Samay actually twice recently in 2 days. Just about to finish my setup, guys. Thank you for your patience. I met him twice and it was very nice meeting him. He's working on many things. He also mentioned to me a very interesting idea, which he said that we should execute. And yeah, we will be doing it soon. Okay, guys, please do like the stream. Please do like the stream, and also let's quickly check what is up with Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen. Kya hi game hai? What a nice game. And by the way, this Magnus just keeps all the pieces on the side. The reason why I would say Gukesh is slightly better is because of the c4 square weakness and also the c3 pawn weakness. This is the reason. So let's say I take, and then something like knight a4, putting pressure here, or knight c4, just sitting here, and I think Gukesh is pressing. And that is the most amazing part today, guys, that Magnus Carlsen is under some pressure by Gukesh, and you can see Gukesh thoroughly focused, trying to, and he takes on d3. Good move, Gukesh, good move. Now, should Magnus take with the queen or the rook? Actually, a better move is to take with the rook. There we have Arjun Erigaisi. No, it's actually not Arjun, it's Anish. You can take with the rook. The main reason is that you don't want to allow knight c4. Why is knight c4 not possible here? Yes, he takes with the rook. And why was it possible if you took with the queen? Yes, what's the reason now you can't play here? Anyone? Yes, Kalpesh Padaya, b7 is hanging. Harsh Kumar, Keyur Mahatre, very good. And the thing is, that's the reason why you can decide between rook c7 and rook d7 to defend b7, but only one move is good. I believe you can see which one very simply. d7, exactly. You can't play on c7 because then bishop will just chop it off. So rook d7, defending here, and then you want to go with your knight to c4. Obviously, and I really like Gukesh's position here. It is definitely something to fight for, and it's really cool the way he's playing. Okay. Naman Chodia says, please keep next death match like how it was in DreamHack, where normal people also played in open. It was wonderful. Thank you, Naman. We will try our best to do that. And I'm already thinking about the next death match. And we had some very interesting ideas in our mind, and we want to do it. We want to execute it. We want to make it like a fun event. It'll be good, we'll think. Arjun Erigaisi versus Richard Rapport. After the move h3, what happened? h3, g4. Castles. Rook to g8. Oops, sorry. Guys, 1 second. So rook g8, castles, rook g8, queen e2 was played. And guys, we have a guest joining in. So here's my question to you. Let's see if you guys can guess. Okay, ready? Here's my question. He's going to join us. Can anyone tell me who is it? So there are two players here. One is Vishy Anand. The other one is Grandmaster Daniel King. And I cannot tell you how happy I am to have him join us today over here. Because, when I was a very little boy, trying to improve at chess, it was Daniel King's DVDs, or you can say the Fritz trainers on chess base, that I've watched so many of them and got better at it. Is one of them. Then he made this entire series called Power Play. It is 1 to 28. It is just amazing. And I watched almost all of them and became so much better. In the lockdown, we had Daniel King coming on our stream. We did Crush the Sicilian Grand Prix with all the famous stand-up comedians, with Biswa, Anirban Vaibhav. We had Samay, who was taught King's Gambit by Daniel King. Many people mentioned that it was Daniel King after whom the King's Gambit was named, but it's we'll ask Daniel about that. We also did Falling in Love with Najdorf with Daniel King. I also managed to meet him in person in 2019 in Lindoras Abbey. That was amazing. You can see from Power Play 1 where Daniel looked like a very young man to now an experienced person. It's been an amazing journey. So let's welcome the one and only Daniel King. Let's see if we are able to get him here, and that if I can hear him well.
Saga,
Hello.
what's happening?
Dan, so good to see you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well. I'm very well. Nice to see you too. How are you?
Dan, everyone's asking me that is the originator of King's Gambit finally joining us?
Yes, exactly. My opening. Tried and tested. Made in Teddington. Made in Southwest London.
Well, that's a very nice joke that day that was going on in the chat. But Daniel, it's so nice to have you here. I was just, before you arrived, I was telling the chat about so many amazing things that you have done in the chess world. And one of them is not this. I was just showing them.
What's that?
This is one of the streams we did. Remember?
Oh, yes.
Together.
Yeah.
About the King's Gambit, and also we did the Grand Prix together, the Sicilian Najdorf. So we had these three different openings that you had come on stream and shown. But I was also mentioning to them about the Power Play series that I learned so much from, and also how you now from this this was one of the first ones to now the latest one. How you looked so different.
Yeah. That was in the. Do you know where there was a period of about 2 years where I had short hair? It's the only time in my life.
Really?
Yeah, that was a terrible mistake. Terrible mistake. Thankfully, I'm back to normal. It's okay. But my hair's got a different color. I don't understand. How did that happen?
This one here on the right? Oh, on the left, right?
Well, my hair today is a different color.
Today. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's looking good. It's looking good.
It's a problem. It's a problem.
But then, have you been following the Tata Steel tournament?
Of course, absolutely fantastic tournament. I mean, they call it the Wimbledon of chess, and actually, I think it's a deserved reputation because the organizers always manage to produce a tremendous tournament, and they do that because they have such experience in attracting the right players. This is key. It's not the very strongest players. You see some tournaments that like to boast, we have the top 10 players in the world, but often these tournaments can be very dull. But what I always love about the Tata Steel tournament is that they have this mix of absolute top players, well, from Carlsen to all these younger guys who really deserve a chance, and to are proving in this tournament that they can match the strongest in the world. So these younger guys are hungry,
right?
No, it's not these old guys. Yeah, they're happy just to take things solidly, but the young guys, they're hungry for success. Like well, all of the young guys, you know. I mean, Abdusattorov is just extraordinary.
Yeah, actually, he's leading the tournament right now, and he's on what some 6 out of 8 and playing
Yeah.
phenomenally. And I want to see his game with you. But first, your thoughts on the game of Gukesh, because this is a big one for all the Indian fans as well. Gukesh
Sure.
taking on Magnus Carlsen here, and it feels like Gukesh is doing quite well out of the opening, with black pieces.
I would say so. I think he could be pretty happy with the outcome of the opening.
Mm.
You know, if you look at his pieces, what I love if I'm playing is to have harmony with my pieces. And I can see that black's pieces are really harmoniously set up. The rooks, bishop, and knight. Okay, the queen is under attack. It needs to move.
Mm.
But in general, it feels like a very comfortable position for black. I mean, so we need to decide where we move the queen. Have you had any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was thinking, why don't we go back to e7? Like, that seems like a normal square to go back to. Or e6 also looks good. We can also go to e8, maybe eyeing here. So, many different possibilities, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of choice, but I mean, my first thought was to put the queen on a4. To be honest, you
Ah.
mentioned going to e8, then to a4. I want to go there in one move. Yeah,
So, here, just go to a4.
can we just go to a4?
Yeah, looks very good.
I mean, what I like about black's position, in a way, um, your range of queen moves demonstrated it.
Mm.
There's really good communication, actually. So it's not like the queen is stuck on a4. You know, if it's like it's feeling too hot, it can come back again. But also, I like it that it controls so many squares along the fourth rank as well.
Right. Yeah, this does look quite good for Gukesh here, and he can choose between going here or going back as well. Uh,
I mean, I think if I were to go back, I would probably choose e6. To be honest, I like to cover the king.
right. Yeah, that seems like a decent option as well. Just put the queen there, and then overall, I think Black does not have a breakthrough as such, but maybe he can try to start pushing his kingside pawns, or what do you think? Like, what should be the next plan?
I mean, really, I want to move the knight from b6, but to either c4 or a4. But of course, we have the problem with the pawn on b7.
Right.
So that's a little unfortunate. I mean, frankly, I think it's hard for both sides to come up with a really clear plan here,
Right.
unless white can get in a4, a5. I'd to be honest, I'd rather not push the pawns on the king side for black, because I think that could rather weaken black's king. And if that rook ever did break through to b7, then I would be concerned about the king. So I'd rather leave my pawn on g7.
Right.
But yeah, to be honest, I'm struggling to find a really good plan here.
By the way, Gukesh played his queen to f5.
Another one. He could play anything.
Yeah,
but also looks nice to keep an eye on the rook as well. To be honest, I was looking at queen g6, but I mean, I've mentioned don't push the kingside pawns. Maybe that's his idea. Maybe he's keeping it open to play g5.
Yeah, I think you would have analyzed quite a few games of Gukesh. Don't you think that he often goes for sort of risky chess, even at the
Absolutely.
cost of not being like 100% objective? I think that's one of his traits.
Yeah, no, I agree. In fact, I could say that I've been really impressed by the games of Gukesh, but also Erigaisi in this tournament, because they both are not afraid to really mix things up and play, what to my eyes looks like incredibly risky strategy, but we know from the results that actually it can pay off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it hasn't quite worked out as well as it might in this tournament, but you know, if we look at their results, okay, let me get the standings. Well, okay, Erigaisi has 3, but he's had some such interesting
Oh
games.
yeah, yeah. He actually saved so many bad positions against Wesley, against Ding. He has been playing very well, but Gukesh has been having kind of a nightmarish event because he had 4 losses, 3 draws
Yeah.
before winning that game with Parham in
Mm.
the last round. But one win against Magnus, and suddenly your tournament is just the best one that you've ever played.
No, absolutely, and I really admire um, his spirit. Um, so no, I mean, I think it's great that the kids are really so enterprising. You know, they're trying to win their laurels. They're not resting on their laurels, which is fantastic. And well, you know, I think it's interesting because actually it's a really nice contrast with the way that Pragg plays, because I mean Pragg, of course, is really ambitious, but somehow he has a smoother style. You know, there are different ways of doing it. And in his own way, he's also incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
So has Magnus played H4? He
Yes, he's
has.
played H4.
Wow.
You know, while we were thinking what is the way in which black should make progress, I think Magnus says, well, I'm going to do something here. He's gone H4.
But okay, seriously, Saga, would you have predicted that
No,
move?
I don't know. I don't even know
Seriously.
what's the idea behind it. Like, okay, apart from, taking away the back rank weakness, which you could have done by playing H3 here, right? I mean, why H4?
Yeah, absolutely. That, I mean, if I were going to pick a move, I mean, of course, creating Luft, creating a little space for the king is absolutely fine, but I'd have picked H3.
Yeah.
So was he actually concerned that the black was going to play G5 and
Yes.
then H5?
Maybe,
Maybe.
maybe. And
Because if G5 now, then of course we take, and that doesn't look nice at all for black.
yeah, now
Oh, that's the eval. I can see. I didn't realize there's an eval bar there.
yes, yes. I have just kept it, a lot of people enjoy just to see what's happening. So I've kept that on. But I think G5 clearly a big error there.
Yeah. Oh, but I mean, I'm fascinated by H4. It, you know, because it weakens the G4 square.
Right.
I'm not absolutely convinced by it. However, how do you exploit that? You know, if this knight on B6 were to somehow wander over to G4,
Yeah.
but if, how are we going to do that
I
exactly?
was thinking if we can try and exchange this bishop, like that.
Okay,
That
that's
at least. But then I mean, Magnus is happy. Yeah, later he puts his pawn on G3, and maybe it's not the best way to
yeah. I mean,
continue.
also the knight on D2 comes to F3 to protect the pawn on H4.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, of course, white is incredibly solid here. I'm still, waiting in the wings is the other rook's pawn. Pawn on A2. I think
Right.
it's going to come down the board at some moment.
Right. But
Maybe just offering it to get through to B7.
true. And looking at all of this, it suddenly does feel like Gukesh is running out of ideas. Like what exactly should you do? You can't exchange your bishop. You can't move your knight because B7 falls. What are you going to do? Like rook D7, maybe some waiting move?
I don't like to split my rooks. I like rooks that are connected.
But then you need a move, right?
Yeah, no. I can tell you what I don't want to do.
Actually, it's not. And also, like,
okay, what if I play H6 and then go for our move G? Magnus has convinced me I want to play G5.
G5. You want to do this,
and then of course recapture with the H pawn.
And while I was thinking if I could do A4, which you really wanted to, A4, knight A4, rook B7, and there's no pressure on C3 for the timing. Yeah, maybe it's
Yeah, but okay, I'll take it. Let me see. I'll take, because I have bishop B6.
bishop B6.
And then I
Oh,
do
this is
have pressure.
And then you're threatening
Knight
to
C-
take here. Yeah.
and knight c5 as well. Knight
Nice.
c5.
True. Knight c5 also.
Okay, so h6 was my cunning waiting move.
It's 6. Okay, I should also wait now. If only I can get h5 and just sort of clamp your pawns.
Yeah.
Something that I learned from you. One
Really?
pawn clamping all the pawns. Yeah, power play 5.
Yeah, power play 5. Yeah. Pawns, pieces, and plans or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
But maybe.
Yeah, but actually, maybe just for the. I mean, to be honest, if Gukesh plays h6, I would be amazed. But
Yeah. Then you're thinking. Then he's thinking like you. h6 and g5.
yeah, then I'm worried. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I'm slightly worried about the safety of Black's king. Let's put the pawn back on h7 and see if we can think of something else. I mean, your first thought of bishop d6 strikes me as sensible.
Yeah. Takes.
Oh, I can see the eval bar doesn't like it, unfortunately.
It wants to actually put rook from here and swing it over here or here, and suddenly it feels white is doing really well.
It's interesting. Maybe it just gives Black's rooks a little bit more freedom. Yeah. Okay. We'll put that one back.
Yeah.
It's. I find this such a difficult position, I have to say.
Right. And actually, if you look at Gukesh, like we have this very nice view as well. Oops, sorry, this one. He is actually, sitting there. He has 49 minutes on the clock. The world champion is sort of moving around and very relaxed. It can be a bit intimidating, facing Magnus.
Oh, nice pictures. You're all set up. Are you operating the cameras?
Yes. I have this small thing called Stream Deck. And I press buttons and it shifts, something like that.
That's fantastic. So, okay, you're given special permission by the organizers, right?
Yes. I got the videos from them. I asked them and we sort of arranged it and so on.
That's cool. That's brilliant. Okay, here's my next idea.
Okay.
Given that we thought that a4, knight takes a4 was probably okay for Black, why don't we play knight a4 for Black?
You mean straight away?
Exactly. And after, again, same idea. If rook b7, then I can play bishop b6.
Wow.
Oh, the eval bar. Oh, the eval bar. Oh.
Yeah, no, it likes your idea after. So
back to 50%.
But I think this is a great move by you because suddenly
it seems it doesn't like if white takes.
No, the move that it suggests is crazy, and I don't think a human can find it. I mean, okay, Magnus maybe, but
what does the computer suggest?
It's like taking advantage of this pin here.
Oh,
and
no, C4.
Yes, C4.
Takes on D8.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice idea. And perhaps it's something which is easy to miss, perhaps for Gukesh, but also.
Oh no! I think he'll see that.
Yeah.
We're too casual with our analysis.
Correct. Okay.
Oh, that's very interesting. It feels like actually, strangely, I really need to put the king on a safer square. It's not right on g8.
But so I mean, you don't want to go to h8, right?
No, but
I like your move h6, by the way.
Maybe h6.
Yes, I like it now. The more you look at it, it feels like that seems like a good move.
Bizarrely.
So okay, this is an interesting position. You also spoke about Arjun, so maybe we can have a look at his game. He's facing Richard Rapport today, and this is their position. Very crazy position, which you expect when Richard is playing. He always goes for some craziness.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I like Richard. I think he's such an interesting player. And again, he's the right person to invite to a tournament, because he's always going to play in a really enterprising way.
Right.
It's what we want, but he's also very strong too. That also helps. Okay, so so this must have come from a Nimzo Indian, right?
Yes. It was this E3
Yes.
B6, and this is what happened.
Yeah,
And
I used to play
somehow
this.
you played it with black, right? This one?
Yeah, a long time ago. And yeah, I always like these kind of fianchetto variations with this bishop. That's an unusual move, Queen H5, because of course there's a pin. Even when it comes, maybe he just wants to come back to.
I think it's stopping F3 basically.
Okay.
So
Right.
here,
Yeah.
Rook G1, and now Knight D7.
Right. So I need to kind of tune into this. I see. So pawn takes pawn.
Yeah.
He's got Queen H2.
Dan, if you have such questions, you can ask the chat. Yes, so maybe they can also.
Okay. Sorry, I'm discovering this for myself.
Yeah. I know.
At first, I thought, okay, you've just got to recapture, but suddenly I realized this is a mad tactic. It's very unusual.
And it's like this bishop is trapped by its own queen, and that traps the rook.
As I said, H takes G4. I only saw it afterwards.
Yeah. So by the way, Arjun went Queen E1.
Oh.
And once again, Arjun has landed in a position that's not very comfortable for him. It looks at least not so great.
But at least it's double-edged.
Yeah.
So I need to ask the obvious question: what happens on pawn takes?
Yeah, this looks like the best. And maybe Arjun has in mind to play F3. No, you can't even play F3. It's bishop takes F3. So
probably bishop E2.
Yeah, bishop E2.
Must be.
Attacking the queen, and the queen has to move. And again, it's not so easy where to move the queen. You can go to H4, you can go to H6, you can go to F5.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at Queen H6.
Yes, that's the best move. Dan, actually,
really?
you are very strong. I mean, you're not playing much, but you're very sharp.
So you're looking at the computer, yeah?
I have the engine running here with the bar.
Okay. Okay. Well, I can assure you I don't have the engine. Okay, let me explain why I wanted to play Queen H6.
Right.
It's because it's a deterrent. F3 is potentially a move, but then of course the queen can take here. So that bishop on E4 is worth protecting in some way. So
right,
I suppose here White can take on H3.
Yes.
But I guess castle's queenside, probably.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think black is just very much better, here.
Because the pawn on H3 is a little weak. Maybe.
Yeah. And also, like, next move you're taking it, this bishop controls this square.
True. Yeah, and actually, it's interesting, isn't it, that the king on C1 is actually something of a liability. This bishop on E4 is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
If we could play the king with a knight move to A2, the old rules of the game, actually that would really benefit White's position. But actually in this, it sort of stops White from playing actively. It's interesting.
Right. So this has happened, by the way, and we have to see if Richard can find the move that you suggested. But I think it's very logical, right? He will find it.
I would say so, yeah.
Just stopping this. Okay, so this does look slightly worse for Arjun, but still quite complex. We go to the game of the leader of the tournament, and this is the battle between two youngsters here, Vincent and Abdusattorov. Dan, if you had to sort of talk about the styles of these two youngsters, how would you put them? Like I think Abdusattorov looks very aggressive on the board. Like when he's playing, I'm very scared of him, his stare and everything. But his moves, he can play positionally well, he can play tactically well. He's just like a universal player.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, both Keymer and Abdusattorov are, I think, technically very, very strong players.
Mm.
I agree with you. I think that Abdusattorov has more variety to his game. I think he feels comfortable in these positions that are more complex, whereas Keymer, it seems to me, his big strength is very technical positions, but he sometimes loses his way when it's more complicated. Whereas Abdusattorov has a surer touch.
Right.
I mean, you would have had a front row seat in Chennai during the Olympiads to see Abdusattorov's games.
Absolutely.
And there, I mean, he was playing all kinds of different kinds of positions. I mean, I remember meeting him, let me see, 2019, probably before the pandemic.
Okay.
And already his English was very good, even though, he was still, a young teenager, actually. It was 4 years ago. So he's only, 18 now? Or
Yeah,
19?
yeah, he's 18.
18, yeah. So he was 14. And I had very nice chats with him, actually. I was really impressed by his maturity. That's 4 years ago. And yeah, he looks very, very focused at the board. Well, that's good. That's so he should do. And that's a lesson for everyone. But for me, it's kind of good focus. I don't know. That's probably not a very good explanation, but there's this quiet determination. I don't see him getting overexcited.
Correct.
And I have to say, then I was incredibly impressed by him, and I have to say I'm delighted that he's really kicked on. I think he's so talented. Okay, this position, let's have a look. I think he'll be delighted to have this position with black.
The last move, suddenly, like it was saying, like it's very nice for black, but suddenly after this, the engine doesn't like white's position. I mean, doesn't like black's position. I don't know why, what changed all of a sudden, because the knight is not reaching e5 anytime soon.
Okay, someone very wise said you should nail your f pawn to its starting square. This is maybe the biggest sin of English chess. Wants to move the f pawn
Because it's Grand Prix, Sicilian
the Grand Prix attack. Yeah, exactly. And how often does the Grand Prix attack simply fall apart between moves 25 and 35 when suddenly white's king is insecure, is open, and there's this huge counterattack. And well, I can't really talk if I'm advocating the King's Gambit. So.
We have a super chat by Vivaswan Damle who said, "Lovely to see Daniel King, big fan, E4, E5, F4 loyalist."
Good man, yeah. So, all right, okay, we can. Yeah, we shouldn't advance that f pawn on all occasions. I wouldn't advocate the King's Gambit in every game in the Tata Steel Masters. So I think this is why. I mean, I still quite like f5 in this position, even though the computers don't like it, because it does give black the option on occasion to push forward with f4. But I don't think Keymer will be unhappy either. I would say this is his kind of position, actually. You mentioned the knight on c3 is a long way from e5, but actually it's not that far. I mean, if we play king g2 and play the knight back to e2 to g1 to f3.
Ooh, nice.
For example, but okay, this is much later. But he's just played a4, right?
Yeah, he's played a4. And
I like this move as well because he wants to play b3.
That could be an idea, yeah.
b3 and to start a minority attack against the pawn of b7. I have to say, I'm not. At first glance, I liked f5, but it feels to me as though white is okay here. Now, I know we have the computer saying that white is a little better, but I mean, let me try and explain why I think it probably is okay for white. The queen on d1, it can move to the king side very easily via, d1 to f3, and on that's a very secure square. And do you know what? Okay, Abdusattorov has moved the rook to f6, and perhaps he wants to swing to h6. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But the king can sit on g2. The rook can come to h1, for example. And it feels as though white is secure there. And of course, if f5 doesn't create this breakthrough, then in the long term, that 7th rank is weaker. So I don't know whether Abdusattorov simply believed that this was his best chance. Of course, it's double-edged, very double-edged.
Right. And I think your plan with b3 does make sense. Like, you're making all these moves trying to run here, but once this opens up, suddenly there's pressure down the b file on the d5 pawn, and it can get quite dangerous for black.
It can, but I'm just wondering, in that case, would the queen be dragged over to the queen side?
And then you go rook h6 and then f4 break and stuff like that, yeah?
Exactly. So, I mean, my feeling is the queen should actually stay on the king side, but that doesn't stop us playing b3 and rook b1 and rook takes b3.
Correct. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This and take here. So interesting position. By the way, Dan, I have one question from this game and I wanted to ask you. And this was just crazy. Okay, this was the position. If you were white here, what would you play?
Golly, I wouldn't have gone in for this. I know, I have a feeling, I mean, maybe my memory's incorrect, but I have a feeling Keymer played this against Carlsen, actually, or something very similar, a similar variation with this combination of g3 and a3, and Carlsen completely outplayed him on the light squares. Okay. And that's, I have to say, in this position, I would very much like black's position. So, all right, I've got to guess Keymer's move, right?
He didn't play it. He played knight e5 here. But there's something very, sort of, I would say, very tricky and very nice, which I think is, I don't know how easy or difficult it is to find this, because I was trying to see, I saw the engine saying it and I was like, okay, come on, this is
okay. This is really interesting. Let me try and guess, Saga. Let me try and guess. So there's an engine move you're saying, which is kind of remarkable. Wow, I find this really difficult, I have to say. But not knight. I mean, knight e5 is the obvious move, of course.
Yeah, that's what he played.
Yeah, but not this. It's not a4. No, it can't be a4. That's ridiculous. Wow.
And it's very positional. It's very positional in nature.
Very positional. What, a4?
No. So you take this, okay, and now the move.
Now the move. Knight g1.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And knight f4. Right.
But it's not so easy to play this. I mean, even Vincent didn't play it.
Not at all. But also, it's not from a human perspective. I mean, okay, obviously you say the computer likes it, but from a human perspective, it's not absolutely clear this gives some advantage.
Correct.
So black can defend the e-pawn with bishop e6, or, well, first, I don't know whether first knight e7 or bishop e6.
Yeah, knight e7, knight e2, bishop e6. Maybe something like this, but it seems like white is the one who might be slightly better here. So
yeah, no, I agree. It's very interesting. I mean, one sees similar kind of strategies in the Queen's Gambit Declined, actually. I mean, it didn't occur to me in this position, but yeah, it's nice. We can learn something.
Yeah, true.
Really nice.
Okay, so this one does look like interesting, maybe slightly better for white, but as you said, it can get really sharp here with
Yeah. Saga, can we look at the game between Ding and
yes,
Giri?
yes, yes.
Because that I looked like half an hour ago and it looked amazing.
1 second, let me just bring that up. And because I think Ding really came in a fighting mood today for
Yeah,
that one.
absolutely.
And this is what's happening here.
Okay. Could you flip it round so we can look from
Okay.
White's viewpoint? Okay, that's better. Wow. Yeah. That's interesting. He's managed the last time I looked, the White's knight was on A3. So Ding has managed to get it back to somewhere good. Okay, here we go. That's where I last looked.
He went knight B1.
Right. A5. Wow. He wants to play rook A6, I suppose.
Yeah. And maybe this.
Maybe.
He went
A5
A4.
looks very strange. Why did he play A4?
Yeah, no idea. I mean, he could have just continued knight C3, right? Because then he's
Exactly.
looking at these two squares.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
it was not at all a good decision by Anish, but I think he got away with it. Then he got his knight here.
Okay.
Knight
really
to C3. Bishop.
But I think I still prefer white because this, the D5 square is available.
Right. And this is the live position now.
Good. Now.
E3 is loose.
Yes, let's get back to basics. So what are we going to do about this pawn? There's also knight b5 in the air. That could be a nice hit sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, queen f2 is kind of an obvious move to swing the queen over. It protects e3, it protects the h4 square, it lines up on the f file. What speaks against it is that it might be quite nice to actually keep the queen on b2 because it's pointing at g7. But maybe that's just me being very crude. I don't know. Queen f2 looks like an obvious move. Should we play it?
But maybe we can start with knight b5 because then this knight is hanging, so it
but then queen e7.
Right. And then do we go queen f2 or should we start with queen f2?
I'd be honest, I think I'd prefer to start with queen f2 because that knight on c3 might hit d5. I can see the eval bar isn't very impressed by
no, but this one I think
F2.
it's just too complicated and maybe it might not even assess it correctly. So,
well, I mean, in this position, white actually threatens h3, trapping the bishop.
Right. And yeah, I mean, this looks like very strong unless black finds some kind of a combination here.
We must be overlooking a good move for black. Because it feels, well, at the very least, extremely dangerous for black. Okay, let's put the queen back and try and find something else.
Take knight f3.
Okay, this is probably what we're overlooking. Let's take a look.
So take.
Okay, well, I'll take it. Yeah.
Check.
Take it. Keep taking.
And maybe take.
No, knight take.
This is hanging, so rook takes. Oops.
Yeah. Okay, it thinks black is doing fine.
But this might be also very complicated to play. I mean, because if you can get your knight to d5 and suddenly all the pieces are working together.
Sure.
Maybe
okay, but it's not too impressed by queen f2. Should we try and find a better move?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so you wanted to play knight b5, right?
Knight b5, queen e7, and queen f2.
So this one it prefers. Because now that does the tactic work?
Now the tactic doesn't exist, right? Because of rook f3, perhaps.
Yeah, so knight takes, queen takes, knight f3, rook f3, guarding the queen. Yeah.
Right. So this works out. And I think once this is played, then your h3 move is very powerful. So
Yeah, this is the way to do it. Okay, we discovered something. So your move was right, knight b5. That's
Yeah.
nice.
But this is quite tricky now, and actually very difficult to figure all of this over the board.
Well, I mean, an important move is queen g5. We need to check that, because can we trap the bishop?
You mean h3, yeah?
Yeah.
But now there is maybe bishop f3 possible, and or you can go bishop h5. But bishop h5, there is just take and take this.
Sorry, Sheikh.
No, it's okay. Are you fine?
Let me just get another drink.
Yeah, sure. Okay, guys, till Dan is here, let's just quickly also have a look at what's happening with Gukesh and Magnus. So, after queen e4, knight d2, queen f5, h4, Gukesh played rook e8. He just put his rook on this square. And then came rook b5, putting pressure this way. And Gukesh played queen g6. Okay, so it's around equal still. Very interesting.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, and let's go back to.
Oh, he played queen.
He played no, not queen g6. He played rook e8 here, not h6. Rook b5 and queen g6.
Okay, rook e8 I understand, because he wanted to avoid the tactic that you pointed out.
The one with c4, right?
Yeah. And also, okay, he's created a threat by attacking e3 and g3.
Ooh.
So, okay, what happens on king h2?
Yeah, looks good. King
yeah,
h2.
But still, I'm not sure. To me, this shows that h4 is a little bit strange.
And actually, Gukesh found a way of sort of pointing it out as to why it could be weak because of this bishop e3 and attacking here.
So. Absolutely. I far prefer this to the h6 nonsense that I was coming up with. That's the thing. You look at these positions and then they play a move and you kind of go, yeah. As usual.
Yeah. But now, I mean, for Magnus, it's not an easy move to play. Like king h2 is one, as you suggested. He has to take care of this bishop e3 stuff.
Yeah, and somehow, if the knight can get to g4, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, there's knight d7 to e5. It's not so far away. I know it could be taken en route, but it starts to get very interesting.
Yeah, and also the thing is, we are on move 25, and there are 15 moves to make, and they have like around 40 minutes odd left. So currently, it's not like a time pressure scenario, but soon it could land into. So let's also quickly have a look at the game of Pragg and Caruana.
Ooh, nice.
Wow.
But isn't that interesting? You know, we were talking about Pragg and how he has a different style, let's say. I mean, of course, again, he's capable of playing all kinds of positions. But here we can see the smooth Pragg. I like it. You know, he's better, obviously. I mean, he has a positional advantage. The pawn structure, white's pawn structure, is superior to black's, and the queen on a6 is beautiful.
Right. Yeah, I mean, at some point what happened, Dan, the beautiful moment here is that black went e5 and he took, and you feel like white is better, knight d4, castles, rook b1 and everything, and suddenly Fabi plays this move, which kind of solves some of his issues, because if you take knight e4 and queen a5, but then still it's like a position where you are struggling. It's not like all your problems are solved even after that bishop is traded. So that's how they reached here.
Okay, I'd like Fabiano's maneuver, knight g5 to e6,
Yeah.
to push the knight back, but Pragg is still better.
But
That's
also taking this knight back is quite logical, right? You don't want to exchange it off, perhaps, or maybe he could.
yeah. I think it would probably transpose into a rook and pawn endgame that would be equal. You have to also remember that you could say White is a tempo down
Right.
in the rook ending because he has to solve the back rank problem.
Ah, got it.
So the rook will come to b8. You can exchange pawns, but I think black is fine there. So I think Pragg is playing the best move.
Knight c2.
Knight c2. Okay, he needs to be able to play rook a1. I mean, to be honest, if he squeezed out a win here, I would be surprised.
Yes.
But at the moment, there's only one player who could claim some advantage.
Who is? Yeah, it's like playing for two results here, right? White is pressing or it's equal, sort of.
Yeah. Oh, is rook b8 played?
Yeah, he played it. How would you continue here? Like if you were White, you would of course put your rook on a1, right?
Yep.
Maybe push your pawn to h4 if needed, g3, something like that.
Well, okay, let's start with rook a1.
Okay.
And then rook b. So presumably that forces rook b7.
Right.
Yeah, the king needs some attention. I'm not sure about h4 in this position. And I'm not sure about g3 because.
But then what to? Maybe h3.
h3 I prefer. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean g3 leaves some holes around the king.
Man, you just played what Pragg played. h3. I mean, he didn't play rook a1, but he played h3.
Yeah, okay, rook a1's coming next. So
Right.
okay, it's just a different move order, but I mean, maybe he was concerned about a simple d4 or something. Even it's possible.
Here?
No, I meant after rook a1. That's
okay.
probably what he's played h3 first of all.
Got it.
Actually,
got it.
So all right, h3. But yeah, rook a1. So let's say I don't know, king g7, and then rook a1. And now we're back to how things were. Now, yes, the question is, how do you make progress?
Right.
Well, I was looking at some funny stuff with b5, but it's nonsense for all kinds of reasons.
Yeah, just take your...
Yeah, just take is rubbish. How can we squeeze?
Maybe we need to move this knight, like, I don't know, rook a4, knight a1, knight b3, knight a5. But it seems like he will just get d4 and you are too slow, right?
Okay, I have a plan. I would like to play my queen back to d3, first of all.
Okay. Oh, you're going to put your rook on a6, huh?
That's the one. Rook a6. What I want to do is play the rook to a6, queen to a4, or something like this. Now, the only thing is, after rook a6, the knight can perhaps just push it back. So maybe not rook a6 straight away, but I have a feeling this might be the way to do it. I'd like to put the queen, play queen c3 check to get a little bit of pressure on the long diagonal. Maybe my king g7 move was inaccurate. It's possible.
Possible.
But in general, if we put the queen on c3, perhaps the rook on a5, and then perhaps the queen will come back to a1 to put pressure on the pawn on a7.
Nice.
And then rook a6 is possible, and then queen a4. This could
amazing
be some way to squeeze. But I think first step, put the queen back on d3, and then we'll see how black sets up on the king side, because actually there could be some scope to check on the long diagonal, and yeah, maybe maneuver the knight in. I'm not sure, but it feels like it's not quite playing on two sides of the board, but it just gives black's king a little something to worry about.
Right. I really love how you sort of brought the queen back, put the rook in front, then you are just keeping the knight here for the time being, so it defends this and this, and then moving around with the queen. I think this is what Pragg will do, and most likely Fabi will be under a lot of pressure, at least. Maybe it is not a direct win, but you just keep pressing.
No. We're a very long way from it. I mean, the other thing is that in bringing the queen back, there's also the possibility to break with e4.
Right. And
Which
also, this idea maybe f4, f5 could be thought of. I don't, don't touch the
Saga, don't do it! Don't do it, man!
Yeah, I don't touch that f pawn.
Don't touch that. Don't. No, but listen, I think you're right. You know, if there's a chance, of course, if f4, f5 is successful, very good. But I think it's more likely that White would try to break, excuse me, with pawn to e4, and maybe the rook comes through the middle.
Right.
It depends how Black sets up. You know, I think this check on c3 could ask a question: what is the king doing exactly? And yeah, okay. I mean, of course, I've been mentioning playing the rook down the a file, but sometimes playing the pawn to e4 could be possible, even directly, actually.
Yeah, I mean, here, if Black does nothing, let's say king here, then maybe even e4 is not a bad idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure. Okay, I played king g7 kind of quickly.
Right.
It might not have been terribly wise to play it there.
But this is for sure that Pragg is the one who's pressing here, and I think
Definitely.
there's one more game which we haven't seen. I think we saw
Wesley against
Wesley
Parham.
versus Parham. Ooh, you know, Dan, it just feels like Wesley is the kind of player who does not get into like too many. People don't notice him, but he's winning games every couple of rounds, and he's on +2 now, +3. Suddenly, he'll be in like the lead.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Actually, he's just under the radar.
Yeah,
and yeah, he's not hitting the front yet, but yeah, he's super steady. I mean, he's such a strong player.
Absolutely.
And has a very different kind of style. You know, rock solid, knows his theory so well. But what's interesting is that when he was a kid, he was far more aggressive.
Right.
You know, he was sacrificing pieces and, you know, kind of playing kind of as a bit of a gambler, you know. It's interesting, and his style matured.
I think maybe it's because he worked a lot with engines, right? And engines just keep refuting all the unsound sacrifices. Maybe that's how he became so solid.
Right, that's interesting. Yeah, it could be.
But now,
But
I
yeah,
mean,
I
as
agree.
of
You know,
now,
if sorry, Saga. I was just
no
going to
problem.
say that, you know, people are saying, oh well, you know, Magnus has a chance to still fight for first. Everyone's forgotten about Wesley. Just nice and steady.
Yeah, and today if he wins, he'll be on +3, and he'll have great chances, I think. Move half a point.
So what's going on here?
Firstly, I think the knight is hanging and the e2 pawn is also hanging. I don't know if Parham has anything in mind against that.
I'm just tuning in. Yeah, this is a problem.
But maybe knight f2 and g4 is something that's happening.
Okay, should we try?
Yeah,
okay,
maybe.
Let's try.
Knight f2.
Okay, whip it off.
Takes.
Bishop takes pawn.
g4.
The engine isn't.
It didn't like maybe rook e3, perhaps. That's
rook
what.
e3.
Yeah.
I wonder, instead of taking the pawn, there's also the option to play rook c4, by the way.
Yeah, you're right. This one. And if I move my queen back, maybe.
Well, considering that White's forces are a little bit split, then perhaps Black can, you know, play steadily. Just play
rook e8, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, the rook on f8 needs exactly rook e8. Well, the engine didn't like it.
maybe g4, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, overall, even this position, if the engine says like a huge edge, it seems like very sharp, yeah, this position.
I've had another idea. Sorry. After knight f2, rook c4, let me just show you this one. This may be crazy. So you put the queen back on d2, right?
Yeah.
d4.
Then when was the last tournament that you played, like over the board?
I think it was 2005 or
Really?
2006. Yeah, really.
You
Okay,
never.
I played a few league games
Okay.
up till maybe 2011, something like this.
And after 2011, no league games as well.
No.
But you should definitely consider, man. You are right on the ball and take. So what's your
Rook
plan?
C2, Rook
Yes,
C2.
absolutely. Amazing.
Yeah, but this is trial and error.
No, but still, I mean,
had
this
to
was a
blunder
nice.
first.
This was
I
a
had to
nice one.
blunder first before getting there. Saga, you're too kind.
No, I'm actually, looking at the moves you're suggesting, and most of them are just like really good ones. So
Yeah, but this is the problem. You know, I might find a few good ones, but I find a load of bad ones too. This is the problem with chess. You've got to get them all right.
but it was tremendous, Dan. I think you had like some time to join here, but we sort of analyzed so much, and I'm having so much fun. So it's amazing. What is happening with you right now? Like, where can people find you? So people know that if they want to see you, they can get Power Play right now. The series that you have done for Chess Base, but I think you're also doing something for Chessable.
Yes, am I allowed to mention Chessable?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
The competition, yeah. Well, I'm about to publish a course for Chessable on anti-Sicilians for black.
Okay.
So if you play the Sicilian as black, e4, c5, and you want to know what to do against, the Rossolimo or the close Sicilian, the Grand Prix attack, the Mora Gambit, well, I give you a repertoire for black. So I'm working on that at the moment. And actually, I've almost finished the recordings. So that'll be hopefully published in mid-February. So I've been working really hard on that for the past few months.
Wow.
Of course, I have my YouTube channel.
Yes.
I play chess.
And I'm going to put the link in for people.
Yeah, please,
guys,
please do.
Please go and check it out. Dan, maybe this very soon you have to hit 100K. You're very
well,
close.
this is what I want to say. I think I'm on 93,000.
Yes.
But what I want to hit 100K. This is my big ambition. So, if anyone watching the stream wants to sub, then listen. I'm covering every round of the Tata Steel, and there's lots of other stuff there. There's historical stuff there as well. I look at Fischer and Spassky and Tal and all kinds of things. So yeah,
it's
please
one
subscribe.
of the finest channels out there, and thank you mods for putting the link in. I've also put it in. I'm going to pin it here for the rest of the stream. So guys, you can go and check it out, and there's going to be a lot of amazing material to. And Dan, do you do this right in your videos? Like, you ask to pause the video and think. And this is.
I have a slurp of tea. You have a think. And then I get. You have to solve the puzzle in the middle of the game. But basically, I look at games of top players and try to explain. Actually, I'm not sure which game I'm going to pick today.
I think it
which
will
one
depend on. Maybe you liked Anish versus Ding very much, right?
That was crazy. I think that's such an exciting game. But okay, I'll have to look. If Gukesh beats Magnus, I'll be going for Gukesh. I promise.
Tell me something, Dan. How much of it, like, you are at heart a very strong player. You are also a very top class analyst and commentator and so on. Considering the YouTube thing and the algorithm and all, how much does it impact you that you want to create something that would get more views? Like, let's imagine there's a great game, but there's a sort of an upset or something that happened. How do you choose? Like,
it's really difficult because actually, I mean, compared to other YouTubers, I'm under 100K, which is nothing compared to,
come on.
I got Martor or, Gotham, so I'm not a big success. Or indeed,
I can tell you one thing why you are the biggest success, because everything that I do right now, like all of my style, which I have for teaching or I ask a question, is all that I've got from you, seeing all your DVDs and stuff. So, when I ask people to pause the video, think, that's because I enjoyed it so much when I learned from you. So,
Saga, you're an absolute gent. And listen, I'm very, very happy to accept your offer of 10% of the Chess Base India earnings. That's very kind of you.
okay, that's we will think about it.
that caught you out. Listen, I really appreciate your kind words. That's really nice. To be honest, I don't go after the big scandal stories. I don't, I'm interested in chess. If I see a game that I think is just interesting, I don't know. I have no particular criteria that I follow. Just
Right.
Does it interest me? And hopefully that interests other people. So, but of course, I'll try and pick the most interesting game from the round.
Correct.
My game of the day. And if someone like Gukesh defeats Magnus, of course, then I'd be covering that. So
For sure.
listen, Saga, I'm going to leave you.
Yes, and Dan, it was an absolute pleasure having you here. I mean,
as ever. Listen, we should do this again. And listen, I really appreciate your kind words. So hopefully I will see you soon.
Yes, very soon, and take care. For sure. Yeah. Dan, thank you so much for your time and see you soon.
Take care.
Bye.
And greeting to everyone in India. Take care.
See you.
Bye now. Bye.
Bye. Guys, that was Daniel King joining us all the way from London, and it is such a pleasure, and I wouldn't be exaggerating when I say that so much of what I do right now is inspired by him, by what he has done for chess, by his commentary and by his training methods. And so for me, I mean, those numbers on his channel or anything of that sort does not matter. It was an amazing 1 hour that I had with someone who I admire deeply. So, but guys, let's make it our mission to get him to 100K. He deserves it. He has done a phenomenal job. His quality of videos is just too good. So if we can, and if you haven't subscribed there already on Power Play Chess, and I have pinned the link. I had a link where there was a Republic Day offer on ChessBase India. Buy ChessBase 17 mega database and get the hoodies free. But that's not important right now. Most important is that Power Play Chess should reach 100K. So that link is right there. Please do subscribe and you won't be disappointed because the material there is just phenomenal. Thank you, Prakhyat, Prakash. Is my sound too loud? And so on. Okay, let's quickly now do a roundup of what's happening. Okay, guys, are you ready? Are you ready in the chat? Kartikeya says he's already up by 400 subs. Guys, let's go. Let's reach 100K. He's 93.3. If we can reach today 100K, and if Gukesh beats Magnus and Pragg beats Caruana, and what a day it will be. Anand Panwar says, done long before, can I do it again? Yes, you are ready. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. If my sound is too loud, please consider lowering your volume, or I'll lower a little bit of my mic and together we'll make it happen. Okay, first, let's begin with the game of Gukesh versus Magnus. Now, what's happening here is that this knight is hanging, but it's not hanging because if you take the knight, I'll take your rook. Okay, c3 pawn is also under pressure. However, what Magnus has managed to do is confuse Gukesh a little bit here, a little bit there, has weakened his knight a bit, and it feels like white is the one who's getting something. For example, let's say h5. And now, if you take the pawn, then the knight is hanging. So I have a feeling that although the engine does say the position is equal, the momentum is kind of shifting in Magnus's favor. Okay. Volume is not good now. Oh, guys, please don't do that with me. It was fine before. Okay, let's go to the next game. We're going to check the game of Praggnanandhaa versus Caruana. And in this, look at this. And Daniel King told us something very nice. You know, he told us that this position is something where White can play for two results, which is either he pushes and, you know, wins the game, or it would end in a draw. So this is a weak pawn, this is a weak pawn. You can get here, you can put pressure here, you can get your knight here, you can put pressure here, but the knight on e6 is very well placed by Caruana. So it's not so easy for Praggnanandhaa to sort of break through, but Pragg is the perfect guy for this job. We know that against Ding Liren, he managed to convert it so nicely. That small edge, he was pushing and prodding and so on. So look at what Fabi did. He played his king to g7, okay, here. Then he played his king back to g8. So in a way, he's telling Pragg, do you want to draw the game? I'm ready for a draw. And Pragg is not going to get ready for a draw because Pragg has all the opportunities in the world right now. It's like you hold all the cards in your hand. Do you reveal it right now? Do you not reveal it? It's in your control. You can put your queen on a1 and then go to f6. You can slowly try to build up with g3, h4, king g2, rook h1, h5. There are many possibilities lurking around in the air, but you have to be careful. So Praggnanandhaa is definitely better, but look at his time. He has 11 minutes left, but only 8 moves to make, so we never know. I don't think time will be such an issue because, you know, Pragg can do queen a1, queen c3, rook d2, rook come back, rook a1, and he can sort of repeat here and there and then reach move 40, get 50 minutes on the clock and then start pressing. Okay, I have actually good hopes from Pragg in this position. Let's go to the next one. The next one is Ding Liren versus Anish Giri. This is a crazy position here. Very crazy position. And look at Anish. Firstly, his last move was knight f5 and Daniel King gave a great idea, you know, moving to f2, like first knight b5, then queen f2, defending here, threatening h3. But he played rook d2 and that is a terrible move. I don't know why he played it, because now after knight e3, knight d5, knight d5, knight d5. By the way, the best move, okay, he'll take with the knight, attacking the queen, and suddenly White is the one in pressure. So actually rook d2 is not a terrible move, but it would have been bad if Anish would have played some move like knight h4 or queen b8 or stuff like that. It's not at all easy to understand why, because the most human move is to take. And when he took, Anish has instantly moved his queen to b8 here. And he's telling Ding that, tell me, what is your compensation? You've given me an extra pawn here. I have 6 pawns, you have 5. What is your compensation? And so Ding is right now thinking about what is the way in which he can gain an advantage, but it doesn't seem very easy. Although he has pressure down the f pawn, things can get interesting. Let's go to the leader of the tournament, the game of Vincent Keymer and Abdusattorov, because this is a big encounter, and it seems like Vincent is putting pressure on Abdusattorov, because look, 1 2 3 4 5 6, he's a pawn up, black is a pawn up, but Vincent is coming to c5. He's putting pressure here, and this is just the kind of position that Vincent would love to keep playing on and on. You know, it's going to be very interesting. What do you do? Ding has to make 14 moves in 12 minutes. That's a, yeah, we have to keep an eye on the time. But here, I think rook c7, Nodirbek is in great form, so he should be able to hold it. But I think Vincent will press. He'll go rook b5, he'll bring his other rook here, he will put his knight on c5, he'll put pressure on b7, he will make this difficult for Abdusattorov for sure. So definitely something here for White, but not much. Next game, Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen, guys. A6 played, Magnus thinking for his last move since 10 minutes. He's not making his move. Okay. As we discussed, b6 knight cannot be taken because the d3 rook is hanging. If you try to protect the d3 rook by playing something like e4, very interesting move. Actually, guys, this is something that Magnus is calculating right now, because in a way, you want to block this, correct? And if you do this, it's a losing move. What's the winning move here for White? White to play, time to put on your thinking cap. I think most of you guys are sleeping right now. I don't know if you're awake. Guys, what's the move? What is the move? Gotham Chess shouted you out in his new video, Sagar. Oh, nice, really? Which one? Which one? It's so nice of him, and always I enjoy all that he does. You know, YouTube as a place for chess is becoming so vibrant. There's Gotham Chess, Agad Mathur, Hikaru, there is Daniel King. There are so many beautiful creators out there who are doing stuff. In fact, there's many people who are doing stuff. So okay, rook g3 play. Rook g3 is the correct move. And look at this. If you guys said this, you are amazing, guys. Rook g3, Yeden, Jaideep, Pragyanshu, Mala, Aryan, Litesh, Amrit, Vrund, Anil Kumar, and Ishu Bhushan. And this here, knight is hanging. So you can't play it that way. And so actually after e4, Magnus is calculating, why can't I play e4? What is the reason? And if he plays this, Gukesh has to be very careful about what his next move will be. Maybe he has to find a move like either queen g4, attacking f4, or knight c4, attacking a5. And then rook a d5, knight d2, rook d2, if maybe rook d2, maybe bishop d2, and then queen e4. I don't know what's happening here. I think it's roundabout equal, but Magnus taking his time here. He is wondering about, whenever you see a loose piece, try to take advantage of it. What happened? Did Arjun Erigaisi lose? Oh my God, what happened there? He lost his game. Unbelievable. So what happened? We looked up till queen e1, gh, bishop e2, queen h6. He played gh3, long castle, rook g4, f5. Rook g8, rook g8. Black is doing way better because you can't push this bishop. e3 hangs with a check. So Arjun played h4. Rook came into g2, h5. He pushed f4. Wow, Richard Rapport just gaining two important victories. One beating Praggnanandhaa yesterday. Now Arjun. So f3, queen h5. Ooh, that was a classy move, because once you take here, e2 is hanging. So bishop f1, but he missed rook c2, I guess. That was the final error. And now after this, I mean, you're just losing the queen, right? Just rook e2 and check, and I can take this. Or there are other ways to play, like queen h2. So a brilliant game by Richard, but also not a great game by Arjun, which means that Arjun now moves to -3. It's not been a great event for him. He started off with 6 draws, but then 3 losses in a row. Will he be able to fight back is the question. Let's also quickly check what's up with Anish Giri and Ding Liren. Right now, h3 played by Ding, and Anish must put his bishop back to e6. He has more time, he has a fine position, and he's doing quite okay. Let's quickly also check the game of Magnus versus Gukesh. a6, Magnus taking so much time, guys. Let's zoom in on the full screen. Magnus drinking water there. He's getting ready for making his move. He knows that this might be the critical moment. Gukesh has 25 minutes. Magnus has 19 minutes, 13 more moves to make. Wesley drew? What? Wesley so drew the game. He was clearly better here. This happened. You know, we were discussing this with Daniel King, and we were thinking about knight f2. Dan came up with this nice idea with rook c4 and d4, but he actually took on e2. This was not the best move. Rook e3, queen c2, rook e1, and Parham Maghsoodloo seems to have dodged a bullet here. Queen h5, check, and a perpetual. Oh my god, that's a big miss by Wesley So, who was clearly better there, but now has drawn this game. I'm actually going to wait until Magnus Carlsen plays his move, guys, because this is, I think, a very important moment in the game. There are some tactical opportunities here. Nandakishore Rahula ji, आज रंगीला शर्ट पहनने का कारण, the only reason I've worn this colorful shirt is because I wanted to sort of, today's an important day because one of our youngsters playing their first classical game against Magnus, so I wanted to be well dressed. That was the only reason. Yeah, Arjun blundered, but his position was very tough, guys. It was not easy. It was not easy. But Gukesh has given Magnus a great fight, and he is, in fact, playing on equal terms with him. Oh, e4 on the board, guys. E4 on the board. We thought about this move. And the idea is, you know it. And Gukesh is so fast, so quick. Magnus is like, what, Gukesh? I thought for like 20 minutes and you're making your move in 10 seconds. But guys, the key point here was that if you take this pawn, then the rook swings over to g3, attacking the queen, and then the b6 knight is free to be taken. So that's the reason why you cannot take that pawn. But one more idea was queen g4, but Gukesh instantly goes knight c4, and this is the best move here. And you can see Magnus just holding his hand. He's thinking, what should I do? What is the move here? How can I play and get more pressure on Gukesh, because Gukesh seems to be very sharp and very confident right now. And this is something, guys, imagine you're playing the best player in the world, the 5-time world champion Magnus Carlsen, and you are playing so confidently that you are able to find this move within a few seconds. But let's now look at things objectively. This rook is hanging, so he's going to chop off this pawn, which he did. Now Gukesh's knight under pressure. Magnus gets up, but I think Gukesh's move is clear. He's going to take the knight, correct? You can take with the rook or you can take with the bishop. Let's try to think and analyze which one is better. If you take with the rook, it doesn't seem right, because what does black do, guys? What does black do? What does black do here? Wait, Magnus only 5-time champion? No, he's 5-time. No, 2013, 2014, 2016, 2018 and 2021. 5-time. Yes, queen e4. Exactly. Queen takes pawn. Now I'm attacking your queen and also your bishop. So you must take the queen. I'll take this. I'm attacking here. And Gukesh is completely fine. 5 pawns versus 5 pawns. This is the weak pawn. Don't worry. Gukesh is doing well here. So clearly you can't take with the rook. You must take with the bishop. Once you take with the bishop, now as black you have to think, okay, my b7 pawn is hanging. Can he take it? Let me think. His e4 pawn is hanging. His h4 pawn would also hang. Zoning in. Can I take with the rook? If I take here with the rook, maybe the problem is he'll take on b7. And then if I take on h4, my rook is hanging. So I can't do that. My rook, I don't want to leave unprotected. So I'll take on e4 with the queen. You will take on b7. But then if I take on h4, the problem here is a very crazy move. Guys, you would have not seen this theme ever. White to play. Can you find it? White to play. Come on. Come on. Find. Normal mode. You want to think here? Okay, guys, think here. Find the winning move here. It's a crazy move. crazy move. And look at Magnus, they're standing and writing a move. Just have to make sure that you write your moves correctly, because at 40 moves you don't want to be doing what Pragg did yesterday. He played 39 moves but he had written 40 moves, then he thought it's going to be time but he lost on time. Anyway, his position was lost. Guys, this move is just crazy. Okay, let me see how many of you found it. No, you did not. You did not find it. The only people who have found this move, and I'm very proud of them, is Valanka Fernandez and Jared S. Rook 3 d4. And guys, notice the position so carefully now. This queen is trapped. Queen is trapped. It is nowhere to go. It is nowhere to go. It can't go here. It can't go here. Okay, maybe you can put your rook here, but then your rook on c8 is hanging. Isn't that beautiful? It's beautiful, right? Isn't it? Do you agree? It's a very unique way. It's like how you checkmate a king by cutting off the ranks. That way you trapped the queen. Okay, so you can't take the h4 pawn, but once queen b7 is played, black has a very strong move here. What's the strong move here, guys? What's the strong move here? Yes, solution coaching, I like your move. Rook to b8. But you were talking about that position where rook to b8. Then I'll take queen b8, maybe. People are saying that in that position after rook 3 d4 there was rook b8 here, but then I'll take here, guys, and then if you take here you will be rook down, so you must also take here. But once you take here, I have another crazy move. Oh my god, you guys are teaching me so many things now. What to play as white to play here, first here, look here, this position, white to move. If you take on e8, I'm taking on d5. It doesn't work. But what's the move? Yes, exactly. You guys are absolutely right. Queen b3. Setting up a disco here, attacking the queen. Game is over. Khatam. It's done. Finished. You can't save it. So that is the entire variation, and I am again thankful to you, chat, for actually showing me that after rook 3 d4 it was not the end of the line. It was actually like after knight d2, bishop d2, queen e4, queen b7, queen h4, rook 3 d4, rook b8, there is take, and brilliant. And think about it. Magnus was thinking for 20 minutes, right, before he played the move e4. He must be calculating all of these things. So coming back now, after knight d2, bd2, queen e4, queen b7, we don't want to be chopping this h4 pawn. It's not a useful pawn. We don't want to take it. So you go rook b8, you attack the queen. Now the queen has to decide where to go. It can take on a6, but then after check, king here and check, already you can sense that black is doing completely fine. Rook h3, queen f2. And Gukesh is fine. So maybe after rook b8, there's no real good way to play. I can give a check, king here, check, rook here, and now I can come back queen e4, defending my rook and saving everything, recovering my pawn. All is well. So then the $1 million question is that if you can't take this pawn here right now, what is it that white can play? And this is where the world champions level kicks in. Magnus Carlsen will say to himself, look, this is a juicy pawn and Gukesh can go terribly wrong in many lines. But if he plays the best moves, I won't get an advantage. So I must keep my calm and I will play a move like, let's say, rook 5 d4. There is also h5, just trying to gain some space in the position. And that is what may happen here. Very exciting position, and Gukesh, I don't know what is Gukesh thinking here, and I'm very surprised actually, because he's a pawn down and you really don't have any other move apart from taking here. What else do you have? Do you want to go queen g4? Yes, he takes. But his time management was a little bit suspect there. He's going to take with the bishop. Yes, that was I mean, expected. He's taken with the bishop. By the way, all the people who are joining in right now and who are enjoying this commentary, there's a small favor I'm asking from all of you. I've pinned a channel in this live stream. It's the Power Play Chess channel of Daniel King, who just was a guest here. And he's one of my biggest inspirations, from whom I've learned so much. He's just amazing. If you can, guys, go and subscribe to his channel and help him reach 100K. He has some great content. It's not like you're just subscribing to a channel that is dead. He uploads every single day. If you can do that and support his work, that would be really amazing. So please do subscribe to his channel. He's on 93.3 at the when he came here, and let's push it to 100K. Thank you. Okay, for now, Gukesh takes the e4 pawn. Now, guys, critical moment of the game. Do you take on b7 here? Do you take that or do you not? 94K. Oh, that is so cool. So already 700 of you have subscribed. That is amazing, guys. If you enjoy chess content and very good quality ones over there, please go and subscribe. You will enjoy it like anything. Okay, 1 second. Gukesh, take some water. Take some water, guys. I am actually very interested to see what Magnus does. I know for a fact that this is not a good move. Okay, taking on b7 is not a good move here. That we know. But then what is a good move? Do you play rook 3? No. Queen is hanging. Wait. Rook 5 d4. Do you play h5? I think Magnus will play h5. He played rook 5 d4. Okay. I'm getting a bit scared, from like if I'm facing Magnus at this point. Let's say queen c6, because if you go anywhere else, he's taking the b7 pawn. So I go queen c6. And what is your compensation? Okay, you want to go here? I want to play b5. I think the problem here, guys, is that Magnus's h pawn is going to come in crazily here. And if you play h6, which is something you want to do, then boom. And then boom. Oops, sorry. Check dena tha. Boom. Here and kaboom. Game over. So Gukesh has to be very careful. And this is where I feel like Magnus is such a beast, because he can weave magic from absolutely nothing. It feels like there's nothing happening, but this f6 pawn, if you bring it back to f7, black is super safe. There's nothing to worry about. But okay, let's go to Pragg's game now very quickly till Gukesh finishes this. Let's see what is Gukesh's move, but we'll go to Pragg and see how he's pressing. Oh, Praggnanandhaa, his opponent is nowhere to be seen. But what did Pragg do? Because we were looking here and there were some moves that were repeated, because I think both sides want to keep the time under check. But I think Pragg has 8 minutes to complete 4 moves. And while Pragg is better, it's not so clear how to win. Because there's one thing which is in Pragg's favor, and that's what we also discussed some time ago, that he has 2 weaknesses to attack, while he has only 1 weakness to defend. So that really is in his favor. But for anything to sort of give you results, you need to open up a second front. Like here is 1 weakness, here is another weakness, but it's not enough. The rook is defending both. So even in your life, let's imagine that you are trying to make certain inroads somewhere and you're not getting the breakthrough. Try to look at something different. Maybe you will get an opportunity to open up something via g4. g4, king g2, f4. Like, I'm not talking about when the queens are on the board, but maybe try to exchange the queen somehow. That is what Pragg wanted to do actually at some point at queen a1. He said that if the queens are traded, this is to my benefit, because now I can start pushing my kingside pawns. But with the queens on the board, it might not be easy. 94.2k on Daniel King's channel. That's super cool. On Power Play Chess, guys. It's the pinned message in the live chat. Please do go and check out that amazing channel, Power Play Chess. Okay, guys. After this, we are going to quickly jump to the leader of the tournament, Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Vincent Keymer. And the famous Nodirbek stare is back. But I think Abdusattorov must tread super carefully. Super carefully is the word, because here he was doing okay. But suddenly Vincent attacked his pawn on b7 and he had to play maybe b6, but he played here. Takes, king g2. He went back. Knight came in, and now this position is such a big... It's like, you are playing just one-sided position. These pawns are so bulletproof. f2 is the only weakness, and the king defends it securely. You want to get your rook and knight to attack f2, but it's so difficult to get the knight to e4. Meanwhile, the rook can go here, attack d5, the knight can come in. I mean, it's going to get really nasty here. So, I have a feeling that here Nodirbek Abdusattorov is in big trouble, and if Vincent Keymer beats him, it can really throw open the tournament. But it's still, I would say, within the drawing realms, and maybe Nodirbek should play calmly here. That's what is the important thing. Let's quickly go and check what is up with Anish Giri and Ding Liren. Anish Giri versus Ding Liren. Suddenly, it's Anish Giri in the driver's seat. So what happened was, after h3, bishop e6, knight f4 was a big mistake, because what was missed here totally by Ding, and guys, do you spot it? Black to play. What is the move that Anish Giri spotted that Ding Liren had missed here? Let's go. Let's go. Yes, bishop takes c4 is absolutely correct, because once you take this, this is hanging, and this is not what you want to play here, because then after queen e5 you have these strong pawns, and also the rooks are coming in the game. The king is slightly exposed on g1, so that's the reason why Anish Giri snatched a pawn. Ding had to move his rook, but Anish now moved his bishop back, and now, guys, this is clearly better position for Anish, but it's still very sharp, because this is being attacked here. The rook is very active. The rook can move in, but clearly Anish Giri is having a decisive edge. He has to go queen c7, maybe then play c4 and try to get activity rolling. He must be careful, because his king is a little bit exposed with this knight standing here, and the queen x-raying the g7 point. We should quickly check what is up with Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. What happened here? Gukesh went queen e6. Oh, that's a smart move by Gukesh. Because I think if he's trying to attack the a2 pawn, if you take here, what is Gukesh's idea? I think he wants to just snatch this pawn. That is what he wants to do. And then if you go like h5 with the idea of h6, I'm not sure. h6, bishop takes h6, rook e1 check, king h2, rook c5. It can get very complicated, and I think this is what is going to happen. Magnus will snatch this pawn, and once Gukesh takes here this pawn, yes, he takes it, guys. Magnus has snatched the pawn, and now Gukesh, small little stare to Magnus. Guys, Gukesh has 14 minutes 24 seconds. They have to make 8 moves. Magnus has 15 minutes 40 seconds. And look at Magnus there. Yes, he snatches the pawn. And now take it in writing from me, guys. No, wait, don't take it in writing. I was wondering if h5 is what Magnus is going to do. But because if h5, I think there's rook b8. But rook b8, there's queen f3. Okay, I think h5 is Magnus move. Magnusy move here, h5, and with the idea of h6, and then the rook could swing over here, the rook could swing this way. Don't you feel like this king is slightly more exposed? Also, rook e7, you want to get rid of it, but your c8 rook hangs. There's no something missing in the position for black. Yeah, take it from me in writing. Okay, guys, I'll do it for you. Magnus is going to play h5. Take it from me in writing. Magnus भाई move कर रहा है, h5 कर रहा है. If I know Magnus well, he will play h5. No, book a ticket nahi dosto. Tomorrow I have to go to Pune. I can't book a ticket every time. But I can do something else. I don't know. I'm still thinking. 20 रुपया देगा. 20 rupees. Dance for us. Okay, guys, I'll dance for you. I'll learn how to do Sambhalpuri dance, something like a Odisha dance, because I'm wearing Odisha clothes, Sambhalpuri clothes, and maybe I'll do it. Okay. I'm actually confused between rook d7 and h5. I hope Magnus doesn't get tempted by rook d7. Because rook d7, I think rook b8 is there. Magnus. C4 idea with queen check. Okay, that's also an interesting move. Yeah, you're making me feel bad now that there are more possibilities. But take it in writing from me that Magnus is going to play h5. Oh no, he might play c4. Yes. Guys, you see, I know him well, I know h5 on the board. He's played h5. Okay. Now, what does Gukesh do? That is the question. For Gukesh, baby. Okay, guys, he's going to do this. He's going to put his queen. No, if he puts queen f7, rook d7, queen h5, right? Yeah, he'll play queen f7. Gukesh is going to play queen to f7 here. This is Gukesh move. Because look, h6 is too complicated. Bishop takes h6, you have to calculate rook e1, sometimes the rook swings up and attacks the h5 pawn. You can't take gh6 back because then rook g3 check business and stuff like that. So I think simple, straightforward, play queen f7, but then Magnus might go back queen f3, right? He won't trade the queens. He won't make Gukesh's life easy. And Magnus gets up. This is really quite something. If no, maybe he's going to the washroom, because when you have like 13 minutes left to make 7 moves, you don't really get up and go, and especially in such a complicated position. Okay, for now, Gukesh is thinking. Let's quickly go and check if Praggnanandhaa has made any progress against Fabiano Caruana. Well, one progress that they have made is that they've reached 39 moves, but already Caruana might be threatening d4 move. d4, pawn takes, knight takes, knight takes, rook takes. It might get little drawish there. So have to be careful, by the way, for as Pragg, maybe you go rook d1. But I feel like Fabi has sort of not given Pragg any leeway, easy leeway. So when Pragg reaches 40 moves, gets 50 minutes, it will be interesting to see how he makes progress. Oh, he goes, whoa, what is this? What is this 40th? I would say this is bad decision by Pragg, not because of move or anything. Like, why do you want to make these decisions on the 40th move? What is the reason? You can actually make a move like rook d1, okay, and he has nothing really active to do. And then you decide that you want to do this with 50 minutes extra on the clock. But when you do this on the 40th move, okay, you must take with the queen, right? Because if you take with the pawn, if you take with the pawn, there's rook e7. So you take with the queen, take here. And I think Pragg feels this is the position he can press. But if you go rook a6, oh, by the way, Magnus running back to the board. So we need to also run back to the board there. Has Gukesh played his move? Not really. Gukesh is thinking. Gukesh is down to what? 12 minutes. Okay, he has a lot of time. Abdusattorov is minus. Yes, exactly. Yes. I saw that Vijay Chidambaram, Wesley So was clearly better, but he drew his game against. Yes, Queen f7 हो चुका है दोस्तों. अब Magnus will go Queen f3. 101%. Take it in writing, guys. Take it in writing. You don't play like Queen f7, King f7 if you're Magnus Carlsen. You're going to just go back. You're going to keep this pawn. You're going to play rook d7. Queen f3. There we go. There. Guys, now let's see what Gukesh does. It's important to know because this is now a threat. h6 is a threat. As black, you want to find something forcing as black. You want to attack this, you want to play rook e5, you want to play rook c5, something which kind of creates play. But Magnus always playing h6. So maybe Gukesh says, let me fix this pawn as a weakness and play h6. Because if you go rook e5, he's going to push h6. And all that will happen is that it will soften up your structure and then the rook will come in and on the 7th rank you will have trouble. So bearing that in mind, I have a feeling that over here h6 must be played to fix this pawn. Then you go rook e5, rook c5. But I don't understand why is Magnus all the time getting up. Yes, this time, I mean, look, I cannot say that here h6 I can guess the move because h6 is clearly the superior move as compared to others. All other moves are inferior as compared to h6. So that's not a big thing if I guess it. But when there are many equal moves, then it's a lot about style. It's a matter of taste. Like for example, in this position, in order to guess h5 or rook d7 or c4, these are all kind of equal moves. And there you need to sort of think what is the way in which that player thinks. But here, I mean, it's more about just the best move. And I think Gukesh will play h6. Yeah, I think Magnus just moving back, going there. Maybe he's trying to put pressure on Gukesh. Maybe not. You never know. Yeah, thank you guys. You all are mentioning about the video of Gotham Chess where he has given a shout out to me. I did not check because I was on stream, but once this stream gets over, I will check it out. And actually, a big thanks to him for if he has given a shout out, and it's very kind of him. I keep telling Amruta that it's very interesting how YouTube functions in general, that all the channels are basically competing for subscribers, views, and so on, but at the same time it's the same platform. So the more work each creator puts in, like let's say Chessbase India or Gotham Chess or Hikaru, or for that matter Agad Matar and all of these people, it only grows the sport. It only grows the number of people on the platform, and then everyone gets the benefit. So at the end of the day, I'm also very grateful to whatever Levy is doing to make chess more and more popular. Okay, Anish is pressing, that is for sure. We did see that Anish Giri here is pressing clearly, but he did make a mistake. It seems he did not play queen c7 as we discussed, because to play c4 he went rook e7, and maybe the evaluation slightly came down, but this position is too difficult for humans to play. Engines are just very good at such positions. But I think what Anish wants to do is wants to go queen c7, rook e8 next, and then everything is well set. But this knight is such an irritating thing. You want to get rid of it with g6, but then it comes and sits on f6. And if you don't get rid of it, then you can't move this knight because there's a mate. It's that constant problem in your life, which you don't know how to get rid of. But guys, remember, you can be like Anish. You can live with that problem, but create play on the other side of the board. Okay, let's go quickly and check what is up with Gukesh. Oh, he goes rook d5. By the way, just to finish off this analysis, rook d5. He's put pressure here, and now it's clear what Anish should do. Queen c7, rook e8. That is exactly what he should be doing. Let's go here and also put yes, Gukesh played at 6. Gukesh had to play at 6. Now, what does Magnus do? Now, this is a matter of choice, right? Because here there's no clear good move for white, like one move superior to the others. So if I were Magnus here, what would I do? I think one problem clearly is that black is going rook e5 and attacking here, or rook c5 and attacking here, right? These are the problems that you have. If you go rook d7, I'm not really happy because rook e7 is coming. If rook g4 with the idea of bishop h6, how good is that? Gukesh is very close to a draw here, but also these next 6 moves are going to be critical before time trouble, like before the next time control. So guys, what will Magnus play here? Bishop h6 you are saying, huh? Bishop h6, g h6, rook g4, king h8. I don't think that's anything. No, I don't see that. What do we do here? I don't know. I mean, I think Magnus will go rook d7, but it's kind of a natural move. So Magnus knows that his opponent would be well prepared to meet it. So he may not play rook d7, and he may do something like rook d5. Because rook d5, he goes rook d7, okay. But now Gukesh goes rook e7. No, who offered a draw? No one offered a draw, guys. Come on. Now I think Gukesh must play either rook d7 or queen e6. Rook e7. Oh, he goes queen e6, which is actually the better move. Good defense. Good defense. By the way, Ding versus Anish. Ding has very little time to play, as Vignesh mentions. He has what? 2 minutes 27 seconds. But very nice move by Anish. I like queen c7 a lot because now he can bring his rook back here. But somewhere Ding is going to sacrifice this knight. He's going to play knight f6, gf6, gf6, and he's going to try and muddy the waters like anything. Okay, we will wait for it. We will wait for it. Meanwhile, what is Gukesh's plan after queen e6? I think slowly Gukesh is just looking quite comfortable here. Mike Hunt, can you give me a shout out? Love from Albania. Arey Mike Hunt ji. Shout out to you. Can we go bishop takes h6, g6, queen g3 check, king h8 forced, and then queen g6. Take, check, king h8, queen g6. I thought there is a mate idea, but then rook e7 just puts water on your grand plans. That doesn't work. Okay, so while Magnus has to figure out here clearly what to do, it's not going to be trivial. You can see Magnus's enthusiasm slightly reduced because of the brilliant defense that Gukesh has done in this game. He is now clearly equal, and this is going quite in Gukesh's way Gukesh wanted. So let's quickly check what Pragg and Caruana are doing, because he's taken on d4 with the queen. Now, imagine you are Fabiano Caruana. Do you go rook b7 and attack this, or do you take and play rook b7? Because clearly Pragg is going to come rook a6 next. So you must go rook b7, attacking here. Now the question is, how is Pragg going to continue? Is he going to go, oops, not that way guys, rook a6, because then rook b4, rook c6, rook d4. I think that's a draw. You don't play like that. So what you do is then you play rook a4. And then your plan is to go king f1, king e2, king d3, king c3. But meanwhile, black will also bring his king here. So let's say king f8, king f1, king e7, king e2, king d7, king d3, king c7, king c3. And now king b8, rook a6, king c7. I think this is the position that Pragg is aiming for. If Pragg gets this endgame, he would be very happy against Fabiano Caruana. But this is not something that Fabiano will allow, I think. And I think this is a great plan though. I mean, here Pragg can go h4, f4 slowly, and this is winning. Wow. So now I understand what Pragg wants to do. Take. And I think the only problem is that his opponent is Caruana. He will understand what the plan is. Like king g7, king f1, and rook e7 and rook a6, rook e4. And he'll create play like this. And he'll stop Pragg from sort of winning here. Rook b4. Okay, so this doesn't look winning. Let's go and check what is up with Gukesh now. After queen e6, Magnus plays a tricky little move, queen g3. Now, this is where Gukesh must remain very, very careful. His plan is to take here. Bishop takes h6. I don't know what Gukesh will do here. After bishop h6 is definitely a threat. I am wondering if he can do something which is, I don't know. Maybe this is Gukesh move. Rook c4. I like this move. Look, I think Gukesh will do this. You take, you have rook g4. and then you are taking here. So rook c4 is definitely something to think about because you're connecting pieces. You are threatening rook g4. I like it. I like it. What do you think? Ravi Nagpuria says f5. Ravi, nice idea to defend h6, but somehow your dark squares get weakened a bit. I don't like f5, and all those are saying g5, guys. Hg6 en passant. Remember, why not rook c5? But rook c5, then bishop takes h6. That's the problem. Like here, rook h5. Oh, there's queen e1. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a mate. Oh, nice. Rook c5 is such a classy trap. Such a classy trap. If I take, there's a mate. Ooh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Rook c5, nice move. But I still feel he'll go rook c4. Or rook e7. But rook e7 is a little passive move. And Gukesh does not like passive. King h8. Again, passive. Queen g6 somewhere. Let's see what Gukesh is going to play. I think he's going to play rook e7. Yeah, he's looking on this side of the board. No, he plays queen f5. Aha. Aha. What is the plan? We know it. Why is this a blunder? Guys, you know it. You know it. Why is this a blunder? A blunder. Yes. Rook e1. Exactly. Rook e1 check. King h2 and queen h5. Absolutely. And trouble. Yeah. So now after queen f5, h5 pawn is being threatened. And I think Magnus may have to force the queen trade with this way and hope that his pawn on g6 will count for something here. And I think that's a good idea. Although it might be a compromise here, you may have to do it. Otherwise what? You could go rook 3 d5, but then I have rook e5. And you still can't. Oh, you can take here because of rook e1, king h2. There is no queen h5 because the rook protects. Okay, maybe take here rook d5. I thought this move is not possible, because I thought rook g7, and if bishop g7 there's queen g7, but there's king h8 and the king is safe. The king is safe here. Okay. Problem. Okay, this is interesting. Very quickly, let's go to Anish Giri's game. Anish Giri. Oh, Anish has defended well. Rook e7, rook d5, queen c7, rook f5, and Ding Liren goes in for a check. And Anish is like, okay, I'm taking it. He takes the knight. G takes f6, G takes f6, and what? Can Anish Giri now spot a classy move? Let's go full screen. And let's try to understand this position. Anish Giri is in some trouble because if he moves his rook, suddenly the queen can swing over, right? Like if you go rook e6, then queen g3, you can't block with the knight because your queen is hanging. And otherwise, if you play rook d7, I have rook takes e5, which is finishing of the game because of this mate. Now the knight cannot go back. But Anish has a brilliant move here, and I think he spots it. He has 7 minutes to figure out. Guys, can you find it? Yes, Aditya Bhopale, Arnav Kashyap. Well done, guys. No, you can't go knight g6. This is hanging. So the move is knight f3 check. Wow, what a move. Okay, first things first, you can take with the bishop, take the rook, take with queen. 3 possibilities. If you take with the queen, the problem is check. The king can't come here because this is hanging. You can't go to f1 because rook f1 and bishop f1. You can go to f2, but then there is rook 8 e2 check with the support of the bishop. King here cannot go because the queen is there and it's game over. Okay, got it. So you can't take with the queen. Let's try taking with the rook. I still give you a check. You can't block with the rook because I have bishop f1. Notice how queen g3 is controlled with the queen. Bishop f1 also I have control over there. So there's nothing there. So knight f3 you can't take with the rook, but if you take with the bishop, my queen jumps in and then the rook enters, and that is losing. So knight f3 check. Can you move the king? Okay, if you move the king there, it's a checkmate. If you go to f1 here, there is a bishop. If you go to f2, then I go in with a check, king here. And what is the way in which we can finish him off? I mean, there must be many ways, but this one seems really strong because I'm threatening here and I'm threatening a check here, and that is game over. So Anish Giri has to find knight f3 check. He's touching the knight and finds it. Beautiful move by Anish Giri. He's actually found the best move here. Rook takes f3 and now rook e1 check. With this, Anish Giri might even jump into the lead. Goes bishop f1. But guys, what to do? Like you can just take on f1 with the bishop, rook f1, and then just jump in rook e3. Khatam na. Guys, look at this. Take here, and I was wondering, okay, let's not play rook e3 because then he'll play rook e1 maybe. So how about this rook, so that then I can give a check? Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. So Anish Giri about to beat Ding Liren here, which is a big result because Anish is going to beat the world championship contender in this game, and he will also very likely jump into the lead with Abdusattorov because Abdusattorov was worse against Vincent, but Abdusattorov might hold this. Don't write him off. There he is, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, fighting. From his expressions, you can never understand if Nodirbek has a bad position or a good position. He's just such a big fighter. He keeps fighting till the very end, and that's the thing. Let's quickly go and check what happened with Praggnanandhaa's game. Is there any chance for Pragg? Oh, Fabiano Caruana taking his time. He's not playing his move, whether he should take it or not. It's a tough question. I can agree to it because even if you go here, I can take and play rook a4, and the same concept of bringing my king here and then pushing this. It's not so simple. Let's go back to Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh. What is Gukesh up to? And Magnus Carlsen has played queen g6. It did happen. Gukesh took. H takes g6, and this is the position. People want to see Adhiban's game, but one second. I will go to Adhiban's game. Before that, last two moves left. And before time control, 4 minutes for Gukesh. I think a very good idea now, guys, is to play f5 because then you can go rook c6 and chop this pawn, or rook e6 and chop this pawn. Well, if Gukesh manages to hold this game to a draw, that will be something. That will be a very memorable game for him because he has played well. It's not like a game where Magnus was better and then he blundered or something of that sort. Gukesh actually fought quite well right from the opening. Is Anish winning? I mean, he was winning. Gukesh, let's go f5, no? Gukesh, what's your plan? Oh, or Gukesh says, I'll put my rook behind the pawn and I'll start pushing it. That's also interesting. Or you can go rook c4, rook g4. I don't know. But Gukesh is feeling a little bit uncomfortable, I would say. Just slightly uncomfortable when you have this pawn sort of wedged into your position. You want to get rid of it. Arjun lost, guys. Arjun lost. By the way, guys, all those who have joined in and are enjoying this commentary, a small favor to ask you. I've pinned in the pinned comment is the channel of one of my biggest inspirations in chess, Daniel King, from whom I learnt a lot. It's called the Power Play Chess. You might have followed him or you may have not followed him before. His channel is just tremendous. Please go there and subscribe. He's getting close to 100k. He's at 94.3k right now. He's already added 1,000 subscribers since the time he came. Please do check it out and subscribe to him. I'm sure you won't regret it. Some very good quality material there and you will enjoy it. So please do subscribe. Rook a8 played. He wants to push his pawn down the board. And now where does Magnus create his play? 38 moves have been completed. Ding Liren resigned. 1 second. We have to witness that resignation moment. Oh, he resigned and Anish Giri has managed to beat the Chinese numero uno with the move. By the way, this was a great move. Knight f3 check and then takes check, bishop f1, and he finds this. यार अनिश गिरी को ऐसा मूव बढ़िया दिखता है, like a great move. Idea rook g8 check, and then this is hanging. Queen may come in at some point, and he just said, okay, that's enough. I don't want to play more. And Anish Giri with this moves on to +3 in this tournament, right? He's won 3 games. That's huge. That's huge. Guys, it is Ding Liren. It's not Ding Liren. It's Ding Liren. I have asked him already. He said it. You can actually check the CSL interview that I did of Ding. And I've asked him, what's your name? How do you pronounce it? And he said Ding Liren. Guys, if Anish Giri manages to win Tata Steel Masters, that will be huge. You know, Anish has been waiting for that super tournament, big super tournament victory. He has won a few of them. He has won Reggio Emilia. He's won Shenzhen Masters. But this would be like a huge one for him where Magnus, Wesley, Caruana, everyone's playing. AG is top 5 in the world now. Wow. Wow, that is amazing. And of course, we are always thrilled when Anish Giri plays well because we enjoy him so much. He spent so much time on this channel and we know him so well. So it's always a pleasure when he does well. Yes, Akshay Mohan, you're right. 2 years back, there was a heartbreak against Jordan in the tie-break where Anish had lost that game. Rook 3 d4. Okay. Nice move by Magnus. Magnus is not going to give up easily. You know, like he will, if you play a5, Magnus will block with this rook and then he will try to win this pawn on a5. That's what he wants to do. Goes f5. Like this move. Like this move. You know, Gukesh, even though he's like last couple of moves left and he's down to 2 minutes, he's being very accurate and you can see his focus there. It's like a guy who really doesn't want to give up this opportunity that he's got against Magnus. And yes, I mean, a draw against Magnus with black is a big confidence booster. It's not easy. And now, okay, one thing is, if you attack this pawn, I may even start pushing my a pawn. So maybe you don't attack it that way. You can attack it from here. And now what does Gukesh do? Does he need to defend his f5 pawn or can he attack something else? Guys, what does he do? Yes, Vansh Agarwal, you are right. Rook e6. Rook e6 attacking g6. But look, he's gone after this, he's gone c4. This is typical Magnus. Typical. you know what is typical of him? If you go rook e6, you know what Magnus wants to do? He wants to go rook d8. Okay? And this is why he's such a great player. Take, I take here. You go bishop b4, I go rook f6. Now the problem is that you have managed to sort of catch me. I can't move anything, but I can go g5 and king g7. So first bishop e7, rook here, and now bishop d6. Notice, I'll go g5, you go c5, and all of a sudden, king g7, I have bishop e5 check, and look at that, Magnus gets up from his chair after c4. He's hoping secretly that Gukesh plays rook e6, but Gukesh must push his a pawn. He must push a5. Come what may. That is the best move. And Gukesh has 50 seconds left. 1 minute is 59 seconds left. He must push a5 here. If he doesn't do that and if he plays rook e6, he's in for trouble. Rook d8, rook d8, rook d8, then bishop b4, pinning here, and then suddenly the c5 pawn running down the board, c4 pawn running down the board. Last move. This is the last move before Gukesh gets 50 minutes. You see him really trying to focus hard. Gukesh go for a5. That is the natural move. It's the best move. You know what he's thinking? a5 on the board. Gukesh plays the best move, and now I think he's just managed it. I feel this is the a pawn is just too strong, and it will distract the white forces. It will distract the white forces, and then you can quickly go and chop this off. Deep Shah says it was post that heartbreak in Tata Steel that Anish gave that fantastic interview on handling failure. Yes, we have put it on ChessBase India, where he speaks about the fact that, you know, if it's not the last tournament of my life and if I have a future tournament that's coming up, I'm not going to feel so sad. That's what Anish had mentioned. By the way, c5 is one possibility that can happen, but after bishop c5, rook a4, I don't see this going anywhere. Like rook e6, rook a5, rook a5. You give a check, I can go back. Yeah, this one is going to end in Gukesh's favor here, guys. Gukesh doing very well. We have close to 6,300 people here, guys. Do like the stream. 16-year-old Gukesh is actually pushing Magnus Carlsen towards a draw. And that's a great result for Gukesh, who has been having a very tough tournament overall. So a big result there coming in. It's not yet a draw, but I think very likely that this will end in a draw. And one more thing is that in the pinned comment here, I have added the link to the channel that is of one of my favorite people in the world of chess, Daniel King, from whose learnings, from whose teachings basically I have learned so much power play chess. And so if you guys can go and subscribe to his YouTube channel, the link is in the pinned comment. It would mean a lot. In case if anyone wants to also learn from him, the first link in the description takes you to his power play DVDs, power plays Fritz trainers basically. Okay, let's go to Pragg. Everyone's like, go to Pragg. Okay, let's go to Pragg. What is up with Pragg? Pragg is sitting there and he's trying to work it out. What is happening? Oh, this happened. My God. One second. He took the queen, pawn takes, and played king g7. Now, guys, this is not a trivial endgame by any means. Although Fabiano Caruana might have worked it out completely, I have my doubts here. First question to all of you is, if I go in here, I know he's going to attack me this way. So I'm not going to go in, because if I go in, this is like, you attack me, I attack you, you take me, I lose this. It's a draw. It's a mass exchange. I don't want to get into that fist fight right now. What I want to do is, I want to use my space and I want to get my king here. once I get my king here and kind of control these 2 pawns, then I want to use my rook and try to put pressure on you on the c6 and a7 pawns. Meanwhile, I'll also try to create some play on the king side with my pawn. So this is my overall idea. Now, how do I execute it? Let's imagine that I first try to bring my king up. You will try and either try to cut me off or you will go here. Let's imagine you try to cut me off. But you have another very deadly idea in this position, which I can stop with my next move. White to play. What does white play? Guys, Mayur Acharya says Sagar Daniel King's channel has gone up by 2,000 subscribers in last 30 minutes. Really? He was at 93.3. If it is 95.3, then that would be true. But no, it's not. It's only 1,100 subscribers, 94.4. But thank you to everyone who subscribed. Thank you so much. F3 is the correct move because you stop rook e4 here and the d4 pawn is not hanging anymore. But then Caruana will go in and try to get active from this side, and that is very important. But then you can win this pawn. On a7, try this, but then he goes rook d3. Maybe it's a draw again. Yeah, it doesn't seem. But look, that's why I think what Pragg should do is he should start with f3. And this would be a very smarty move. Because when you go king here, rook here, I can go king f2 and I stop both these moves of yours. And if you come and attack here, this way, then I'm anyway going rook a4 and defending this. And this is already winning. So if Pragg, by the way, guys, I think, let me just think about it a little bit more, like a little bit analysis more. If I go f3, you go rook b7, I'll go rook a4, king f6, king f2, king f5, king e3. No, this is tricky. Check, rook, king here. You get with the king here. But still, that's why I'm saying that the only way here is to play f3. Imagine that Praggnanandhaa plays king f1, then rook e7 with the idea of rook e4 and attacking this is already so bad. And then if you play f3, comes in rook e3. But even if you go rook a6 here, I go rook b7, you can go rook a4, king f6, king f1, king f5. Oh, this king is coming in this way. And if I stop you, you come in this way. And if you come here, I go h4 and I block this. Hello from Brazil. Thank you, Ciao Henrique. Thank you so much. Thank you for super chat. What about g3 to prevent the king? Maybe. But I think if Pragg can go f3 here, he has some definite chances. Look, f3, rook b7, rook a4, king f6, king f2, king f5. Now, his idea could be to come in here, h4 to block this thing. I'm not so certain here what to do. Like rook a6, rook b4, king e3, trying to defend here, check, king d2, check, king maybe c3, rook g2, rook c6. This is where rook endgames get very nasty, because there what suddenly starts to happen is that you were not prepared for the race. It's like, you're going to your college, it's a normal day at work or at college, and then suddenly someone says, let's have a fist fight, like let's indulge in a fight, and you're like, no, but I didn't come prepared for it, I was just coming for a normal day of work. And it's like, it happens like that in rook endgames. You are there, you both are moving here and there, you are attacking my pawn, I'm defending it, I'm attacking your weakness, you are defending it. All of a sudden, it's like, I will take yours, you will take mine. Suddenly, you have a passer here, I have a passer here. And then it's all about calculation. And so, that is what makes this game very interesting and exciting from all perspectives. Let's just wait and see what happens there. Meanwhile, let's quickly go and check what is up with Gukesh. You can see Magnus shaking his head. He's not particularly happy with what things have done. And Magnus playing with the piece. What is he doing? Now he's sort of closing his eyes, meditating. Guys, clock will get updated when the next move happens. Magnus has 42 minutes here. Laurent Bogart says rook f7, rook e6, bishop takes a5. Oh, that's a very cool idea, Laurent. What if I take the bishop? What do you want to do? You want to play rook d8, then I go rook g6, rook f8, and rook h8 mate. Wow. Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy. Mate here. Okay. But you know, I don't want to take this bishop. I can take here and I can attack your rook. And then you can take on f5. Oh, and this endgame could be tricky, right? This could be tricky. This is not easy. So Gukesh may not want to do that. Very good point. Very good point. This is a very good move. You know, everyone's who's saying this is a dead draw. This will be a draw. But what you need to learn from Magnus in general is how does he manage to create something out of nothing? It's through variations like this, like rook f7, rook e6, and then suddenly this move comes. Now you can take here, but then you are after rook f5 pawn down, and then you have to defend. The other way is that rook, what did he play? Rook d5 he played. Still not clear about what is his plan to pawn push. Actually, Magnus doesn't have an extra pawn. So a4, I think he wants to do rook a5, rook takes, bishop takes, rook a8. Could it so happen that suddenly Gukesh starts to press with his a pawn? No? This could get very nasty. I mean, I still don't understand what is his plan to a4. What are you doing, Magnus? What is your idea? Maybe you want to do... maybe what he wants to do is he wants to take here a3, bishop c3, a2, and now two moves. One is rook f8, the other is just bishop a1. But bishop a1 looks wrong because of rook e1. Yeah, sorry. So rook f8, I can take with the rook, but then rook g7 is dangerous. And actually it's mate. Look at this. Rook takes, check, king here. And how do we finish him? Check here and mate. Oof. So he must take with the king. But then you give a check. King g8, check, king here. Then it's lost. Rook h7, rook here. But I'll go king f8. Check, king here, check, king here, check. Check, dum, dum, check, dum, dum, check, dum. Okay, draw. Nodirbek. Let's go to Nodirbek game, yeah? Very quickly. Two young, amazing youngsters fighting it out against each other. I'm actually very interested about this game. Firstly, will Vincent Keymer manage to press Nodirbek seriously here? Knight f. Oh, he goes knight e5 check. King g7 forced. Yeah, king g7. No, Vincent will press, but I doubt whether he'll win. I think it'll end in a draw, but he will definitely keep pressing here. And then we have Praggnanandhaa's game. Right now there are 3 games that are going on. Pragg game is a very, very interesting one, I feel, because this is where I think the moment is where Pragg could get something. What I like about Caruana's defense and what he has understood here he has understood the fact that if his king can stay here on f5, it does a dual role. It tries to come to the queen side and it keeps the king in check on these. It keeps these pawns in check, sort of under check. Pragg's game may not be drawish. I would say no, I don't think Gukesh has realistic chances, nor do I think Pragg has realistic chances. But I do feel like both of them can just, I mean, at least Pragg can try. I like this variation to check King f6. King f6. The problem is that then Rook a6 can really pin you down there with a check. Oh, this could be something that maybe is not so clean, like this. You do feel afraid to go into such territory. No, this is humanly dangerous. I wouldn't go there. Wouldn't go there. No, this. So let's go back. King g7, f3, king f6, rook a6. Nice. Rook b7. No, this. I don't want to go king f6 first. I want to go rook b7. I want to put pressure here. So you go rook a4. Now I will go here. Now if you go this way, I'll take this. So you will play king f2. I'll play king f5. My idea now is to play h4, fix your pawns, maybe come to f4, and then later on, if you move your king over there, then to come in and pick up these pawns. That's what I want to do. So g3 you mention here, but then h4 could be an interesting pawn sacrifice. Because if you go g4, I'll sit on f4. And if you take here, I'll still sit on f4. And I don't see how you will make progress. So then the last question remains is, can we go h4 here with the idea of g3? Then he goes g5. hg, king g5. Yeah. And while it does seem like this is the problem here, you are getting play. Sagar bhai, all the best wishes from Kazakhstan. Arey, thank you so much. A1 Argus blog. Thank you SSP who says superb Sambalpuri shirt. Sagar bhai, thank you. Yeah, I mean, engines would definitely say this is a draw, but I think for humans, maybe Pragg still has some hope and some scope. Aha, nice angle of Vincent here, who's pressing. Magnus versus Gukesh. Oh, and a nice angle of Pragg Caruana here. Okay, cool. Got it. So we have new angles thanks to Lennart Utus and the organizers at Wijk. And we have new angles to see. That's fun. Okay. Oh, Gukesh did play his move. 1 second. What did Gukesh do? Gukesh pushed his pawn. Nice. Gukesh pushed his pawn. Guys, you wanted to have a quick look at what Adiban did till this. By the way, Gukesh is doing very well. He played bishop c3. एक minute. Guys, this is, I think Magnus is looking at this draw. this forced draw. Because a3, you have to play rook f5. Once again, can Gukesh try for something serious here? Look, a2, there is a draw. Can you guys know it already? What is the way to draw in a2? DVK Gaming, thank you. Hello, bhai, you are my favorite creator. Thank you. Yes, very important to now take, right? As we saw, rook f8 loses to rook g7, king h8, rook h7, king g8, rook h8, mate. And king f8 draws, I think. Is just take, check, 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 check. And there's no way to make progress here. So then does Gukesh, okay, if if I was playing Magnus, and if I see a draw, I will like, okay, thank you so much for the draw. I'm very grateful to you. Very generous. Then post about it for the rest of my life. But Gukesh is not me. Gukesh sees this as an opportunity and then plays the move rook e7. And then what happens is, all of a sudden, if you were to take on e7, bishop e7, the a pawn is so strong with bishop f6 coming up. Okay, so that doesn't work. You might go rook f7. And I take here, you take here, I play a2, and you must go back rook d1. And then I go rook c8. And if you go rook a1, I have rook c4. I think Gukesh can try a bit. This is where I think Gukesh should maybe not just give in to that feeling that, oh, it's Magnus and maybe it's just a draw. You can see Magnus sitting there. It's sometimes, guys, you have learned so much that your opponent can be bluffing. A3, good move, good move, good move. Can be bluffing. But at that moment when you're playing, you need to trust your instincts a lot. And you should not let your feelings overcome. He takes on f5. Now let's see if Gukesh is interested in a2 or rook e7, because look, a2 is a straightforward draw. It takes here, king takes, check, 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 check. It's a perpetual. But if Gukesh is very ambitious here, he does rook e7, and I like the fact that he left his pen and he's put his hand next to his elbow and he's sitting there thinking, because this is your opportunity. Even if, let's say, if Magnus was black here, he would have played on. Gukesh goes a2. Okay, but this is a draw. Rook f8. Let's go. King f8. Gukesh not going to blunder with rook takes. And guys, 16-year-old Gukesh about to draw world champion Magnus Carlsen. And let's see how this is going to end. You have rook takes g7. I don't know what. Oh, Gukesh offers a draw and Magnus shakes his head. And Gukesh quickly says, shall we analyze? And Magnus says, okay. Nice. Gukesh not only getting the draw with great play, he's also going to analyze this game with Magnus. If only someone could record this analysis there, that would be so cool. We would be able to get it. But for now, guys, let's congratulate Gukesh, who has played a fantastic game to hold Magnus Carlsen to a draw. The world champion played excellently. He tried to press, but Gukesh was right from the opening, fought very hard and did not give his opponent any chances. So a big result for Gukesh. Maza aa gaya. That was a great game. And I think if someone records their in Wijk this analysis session, that would be legendary. I mean, it's a memory. It's a big memory. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa and Caruana. What is that with that Fabi has? Like he has 3 cups, one water bottle, one I think a cup with water. The other one seems like a green tea or something. Gaurav says Rook e7 would have been one step too many for Gukesh. Anand says that players use better positions as a springboard to simplify positions against Carlsen and are happy to take a draw. Maybe, but I don't even think Rook e7 was like winning or something. It was just an attempt to keep the game going, basically. And I think Gukesh was happy with the draw at that point. Yeah, rock solid game by Gukesh. Shanti Swarup, you're right. Yeah, let's have a quick look at what Adhiban did before we continue our analysis here. So Adhiban was playing against Eileen Rubers, and we saw he played this crazy line with g4, and then he sacked a pawn. He played g5. Okay, long castle, knight d7, h4, bishop h3. He's going to sack something. d5, nice. Takes on d7. Ooh, wow, what a move. c5 was such a great move. c5. You can't take bc because of this. You can't take dc also, I think, because of knight takes e5. So he went queen d8. Wow, 80 back in his beast form. But actually speed, he did not play it so well here. But okay, it was a super complex game. Here maybe the best defense was bishop e6, but bc, rook here, king f8. Wow, exchange sack. Whoa, what a game. Wow. Well played, Adhiban. Well played, Adhiban. Nice game. Nice game. Nice game. Maza aa gaya. And Vaishali, did she? Oh, Vaishali lost, yeah. Did her opponent play d5 at that point or no? Okay. Vaishali lost her game. We'll look at that game later. But first, let's stick. Pragg goes king f1. Interesting. Interesting. Adhiban hasn't been playing too many aggressive games recently, but this time he did show his class, and this was a great game. So here, guys, king f1 by Praggnanandhaa, and he has the same idea which we were talking about, which is to go like this. And now he must consider two options. One is rook e7, other is rook b7. definitely king f6 is not to be recommended now, because now there is no okay, so maybe f3. Look guys, just to explain this to you, when I was playing f3 line, always I was getting an advantage that my king was coming here. But in many of the variations like this, the black king was sitting on f4 and I was unable to do anything about it with h4 coming in. Like my pawns used to get very weak. But with king f1, suddenly the idea of getting your king here makes no sense anymore because the pawns are not weak. Like there's no entry point for the king. So that's the reason why now, after rook b7, rook a4, it's very imperative for black to play a very necessary move. What should black play? No, it's a very important move here. Yes, info facts by Ruan, Adit Tater, Siddhant Kalra. Very good. No, if you do any move like king f6, then king e2 is already just clearly better for white. This is winning for white almost. So what you must do is you must go rook e7, cutting the king off. And then when he goes here, now two things, your threat is rook e4 also to take this. If you play f3, then rook e3 to b3. And if you play, let's say, rook a6 here, then rook e4, rook c6, rook d4. And this is how it may happen. What Nodirbek managed to draw. Wow. Is it over already? No, it's still going on, guys. No draw yet. This is Vincent fighting hard there. No, this is not going to end so soon. It's not going to end soon. Vincent putting a lot of pressure there, and there you have Fabiano Caruana thinking about what to do here with Pragg. Pragg thought for 25 minutes before making his move. I think Caruana, we can put Caruana's time here. Arjun lost today, yes. Guys, the summary is the following. Arjun lost a very... I'll give a detailed summary at the end of the round, but Arjun lost to Richard Rapport. Richard played very well. Levon and Van Forest true. And Pragg and Caruana going on. Maybe Pragg trying something, hoping for a win. Carlsen Gukesh draw. Big result for Gukesh. Parham versus Wesley. So draw. I think Wesley was clearly better, but it ended in a draw. Ding Liren losing to Anish Giri was a big result, and Anish finishing it off with a very nice sacrifice there. And last but not the least, Vincent versus Abdusattorov still in progress. As you can see here, Vincent trying to push as much as he can and hoping that he can sort of squeeze out a full point. He went rook b2. Oh, by the way, it seems like Vincent has a winning move here, guys. Vincent Keymer has a winning move. Can you find it? Yes, g4 is the move. And now the problem is that if you take, I take, you need to protect this guy. But then you might lose this pawn. So yeah, this looks scary. This looks scary. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana, thinking for like last few minutes, is now going to come up with a move. I also have a very similar bottle to Pragg, which makes me feel proud. And I'm going to come in a second, guys, just get something to eat. And I think Pragg, this move is basic. This or the next couple of something is critical now. Like Caruana has to calculate accurately. He goes rook b7, good move, yes. Forced, actually for Pragg, it's forced to go rook a4 if he wants to try for anything here. I mean, if you play rook a6, then it's just rook b4, rook c6, rook d4. It's a draw. So you must go rook a4. I mean, Pragg doesn't even need to think much. Go, 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 go. And now, I think Fabi's only move is rook e7. And he must find it. Guys, he must find rook e7 now. Let's see if he can find rook e7. Because rook e7, the idea is rook e4. Yeah, he finds it. Caruana, strong player. Rook e7 actually sort of put water on Pragg's any ambitions that he would have had to win this position. Now the problem for Pragg is that he cannot do. I mean, like if you can't get your king out, it's cut. And if you play f3 to stop rook e4, then he goes rook e3, and then you take, and then he plays rook d3 forced. I don't know. Like Pragg can still try such positions, but It's as good as a draw, like there's nothing. Let's go to Vincent's game. I think that is an important one. Ooh, look at Vincent's look there. Did he find G4, by the way? Wow, he found it. He found it. And that means Nodirbek Abdusattorov might be staring at his first defeat. Gukesh drew, guys. The problem here for Nodirbek now is that, let's say he makes a waiting move. Okay, rook c3, rook c2. Then in comes a check. Now you have to go to g7. And now I take. So what happens is that you can't take with the knight. You lose the g6 pawn. So you have to take with the pawn. But in such a position, you now have 1, 2, and 3 weak points. This is torture. This is absolute torture. I mean, this would be very tough to hold. In fact, I would say impossible as well. Like, you can go here, attack this. Maybe king e7, take here. I just don't let him get active, yeah, like this. Raj Vagula says that in the Praggnanandhaa endgame, he goes f3. Is there a possibility to sacrifice b5 pawn somewhere? I don't think so. Or you might try I don't think it works, yeah, b5 cb, because whenever you try to take, he goes a6. If you go from here, he comes in. Yeah, rook e3 is kind of forced now once again. I mean, it's a logical move, rook e3. You don't want to passively defend here with rook c7. Neo says instead of pawn to f3, how about rook a3? But then rook e4. Then you have to go rook d3. You have to be passive. Also, rook a3, I go rook b7 first. Force you back, then come back. Yeah, rook e3 happens. you can just feel it from Pragg's face that he's unhappy that he's going to draw this game. And that's already, in some ways, it's a great thing, right? Because you are playing against one of the best players in the world. And even though you are getting a draw, you are not so happy. I mean, I get it that why Pragg would not be happy because I saw the game, but just overall, it takes, I think now, only move rook d3. Now this is forced because if you go here, I do this, then you go here, then I mean take here king e2. White is slightly better here. Yeah, rook d3. Not rook b3, but rook d3. That's the correct move. Guys, so this was the standings of the tournament. Not this one. This is Daniel King who joined us today. And by the way, in the pinned message is the link to his channel. Please do check it out. And please do subscribe. It will be an amazing thing if you can support him to reach 100k on Power Play Chess. And this was the standings. So Abdusattorov was at 6. He might lose, so he'll remain at 6. Anish has reached 6 now. So he's 6 on 9. He's joined Abdusattorov. Wesley is on 5.5. Levon on 5. Pragg will be on 5. Caruana 5. Magnus 5. Ding on 4. Richard Rapport 4.5. Maghsoodloo 4. Arjun 3. Van Forest 3.5. Vincent 3.5. And Gukesh 3. That's how it is. Okay. Yeah, Vignesh, you could be right that Ding is trying to avoid his opening prep. It's a precarious time to be, when you are fighting for the world championship crown. It's a very tough thing because on one hand, you don't want to reveal your prep. On the other hand, you want your game practice. You don't want to play the same openings. But I think at some point, Vishy Anand made a conscious decision to play the same openings that he would play at world championships. That was because when you lose games at such events, it does impact your confidence as a player. And that is something that Anand learnt it the hard way. Rook b6. Yeah, Pragg goes for the most, how do you say it, the most pressure on his opponent. King f8, let's imagine. King e2, king e7, king e3, rook c4, rook c6, rook b4, rook d6. Yeah. And then maybe rook b2, g4, check. Check here. No, something like this you can try with that extra pawn, but it's a draw. Jayendra Venugopal says, why rook c6 instead of attacking the rook with the king? Because Jayendra, even if you attack the rook, it's defended, right? So here, instead of taking, if I attack you, you don't need to move it. You can then defend this. So I thought it was the right time to take. We check. King e6. Rook here. Yeah, it just ends in a draw. Let's quickly go to Vincent. Suddenly the G4 and sudden and Nodirbek has 32 minutes, but he hasn't played yet. Vijay Tayade Hikaru, I guess, I don't know if he would have been invited, but if he would have been invited, maybe he turned down the invitation. It's an invitational event, and so it's quite possible that either he was not invited, or if he was invited, then he decided not to play. Akshay says, I think it makes a difference that Pragg is playing here for the second time, whereas Arjun and Gukesh are playing for the first time. Yes, I think he did an interview uh, after he won his second game, I think, against Jordan. Praggnanandhaa did an interview and he was asked if his experience last year helped, and he said yes, definitely it helped. Also, if you think about it, like, I was very surprised when Praggnanandhaa decided to skip World Rapid and Blitz. I mean, I still can't understand it, but I kind of get it. Maybe it helps him to prepare better and to give a better performance here. I mean, it's a sacrifice for better classical play. You sacrifice your rapid and blitz a bit. By the way, sorry, let's go back to this game. He went king f8. Okay, king e2 is kind of forced now. I mean, all moves are getting forced. PRT says, as mentioned by Levy today, CBI's whole coverage of World Rapid and Blitz was awesome. Great videos, especially the interview with Magnus. Thank you. Thank you. I think it also remains one of our most special videos. Also, I wrote a backstory to it. I don't know if you guys, how many of you here are subscribed to ChessBase India's newsletter? It comes every Saturday. We send it to you or to your mailbox. If you aren't, then you can check it out. There are always some interesting things that come in there. And if you don't get the mailbox, I mean, if you don't get the newsletter, then it is at newsletter.chessbase.in. Maher knows this is not ChessBase 17. This is Lee Chess where I'm analyzing these games. They are live games. I've put the link of the newsletter in the description. It's newsletter.chessbase.in and you can check it out and you can subscribe. I mean, basically, you can give your mail ID and you'll get it every Saturday. So, rook takes c6, rook b4. Rook d6. Renu says Sagar would like to know your views on Abdusattorov's fabulous play in these top events and his consistent performance. No, I really and I'm amazed by the growth that he has shown, and somehow like he's managed to improve his level of play just amazingly well. Like, while all the Indian young talents have done amazingly well, Abdusattorov's performance has been sort of a cut above the rest, I think, in some terms, because firstly, he won the Gashimo Memorial, which was a very strong tournament. That's fine. I mean, Tata Steel Chess India was also won by Nihal and Arjun, but winning the World Rapid Championship, I thought, was a big achievement. Like, at the age of 17, you just beat everyone almost and become the World Rapid Champion. That was huge. And now this performance again, he's showing some amazing chess here. Also, his win against Arjun here was so clinical. So, started to feel like Nodirbek is becoming stronger and stronger each day. But today, if you see, he got really he made certain decisions. Now, what I feel like, maybe I might be completely wrong, but if you look at position like this, say for example, this one here. Now you are leading the tournament, you're doing very well. I think a move like f5, you might not see a player like Caruana or Magnus or Wesley or someone playing like this, or Anish, in even in such tournament situations. That's just, maybe I'm wrong, but I think these are the little things which they have to sort of work upon, and their trainers have to find out the reason as to why he made a move like f5. What was his logic? Why not just go h6 and maybe play rook f e8, rook a d8, perhaps get the knight here? I mean, these are the some questions which they have to figure out, but I don't see it as something which would take too much time. What, he played king g3? I'm a bit surprised as to why he did not give a check, because here, after this, gf, threatening this, you take here, I give you a check. And now the rook defends here and my king is coming here. This would have been almost game over. So I mean, after king g3, now I think Nodirbek goes f4, and you will see that he will not miss this chance, f4. Now it's like f4 takes king f4, rook f2. Oki Ungundare, there is a plugin called Prettier Chess on Chrome. Should install it. I was helped by Rakshit Singh, who is a mod on this channel, and he gave me this idea, and that's how my board looks better and much different from a normal chess board. PRT says interesting book on Fischer mentioned by Magnus in his CBI interview, Bobby Fischer and His World by John Donaldson. One of the things which is just amazing about Magnus is the amount of books he reads. By the way, we reached this position, we were talking about this. King e3, rook c4, here g4, and I think now rook b3 check maybe. Yeah, this is what we actually discussed this, and this might be where white keeps an extra pawn and tries to grind down a bit. Yeah, interesting play by Pragg. So I was at this tournament called Lindores Abbey. In that event, it happened in Scotland, and it was inside a um, whiskey distillery. It was held inside that, and four players were Magnus, Anand, Ding, and Karyakin. And in the opening ceremony, Magnus was given a sort of a casket of whiskey, and also Mikhail Tal's, I think it was his son, maybe. Mikhail Tal's son had come and given a book which is Mikhail Tal and Sally Landau. It's a love story of Mikhail Tal. And I think the chess elements also inside it, but it's also talks about that story of Mikhail Tal. And Magnus was given that book as a gift in the opening ceremony, and he just started reading it. And by the time the tournament ended, and I again interviewed him there, I asked him, like, did you finish the book? He said, yes, I finished it. And that was a tournament going on. One of the things that I also read about Magnus in his book by his trainer, Simon Agdestein, is the ability of Magnus to learn on the go. And I think it's very important, like many of us have this very weird thing that we need time to learn, we need time to play, we need time to prepare, we need time to get better at openings and all of that, all of those things. But what many of the geniuses do, okay, it takes by the way, is that they keep learning on the go. And in that, they save a lot of time and they improve in many different ways. So they don't waste time. So you go to a tournament and you're playing there, you're winning, you're losing, you're learning, you see someone else's game, you pick up from that, you read a book, you pick up, you try. You basically in that zone of being able to grasp things very quickly. And I think that is a very key aspect of becoming a top player. That you have this very unique ability to grasp things. I guess not G5 here. Rook D3 looks okay. G5. Maybe I just wait. I don't know. Maybe King E5. Okay, wait. Not so trivial, yeah, this draw. Check. Yeah, this should be a draw. G5 is what engine says. Yes, G5, but my main issue is that this endgame is pawn down. And it might be okay for engines, but for humans, why do you give up a pawn, right? You want to just play with equal material. Faisal Noor, the other game results are. What did he do, by the way? Yeah, he did defend his pawn. And I think Pragg will go G5 now, fixing the pawns. Serene Shiba says Pragg wasting energy by playing all these drawn endgames. No, I don't think it's wasting energy. He's trying. Slightly better here. You can see he has a more active rook, a more active king. Should try. By the way, as we mentioned, Nodirbek did play this move f4, and he once again moves closer to a draw. Wow. And these are the things you need if you need to win the tournament. Like, some things have to go your way. By the way, if let's say I wait, you take, and I take. Oops, sorry, I take here rook e7. Because if you take, I take check and I take back. So rook e4, pinning. Yeah, Nodirbek's fight back. Yeah, he goes g5, good move by Pragg. And he's sort of put Fabiano in a zugzwang like situation, I feel. Because, look, you don't want to move from this file because you lose a pawn. You don't want to move the king away from here because the king could enter in like this. And you don't want to move the rook this way. Actually, you may want to move the rook this way, right? Rook d1. A king e5. And then you lose this. So the only move, by the way, now, and by the way, not the actually there are two moves. One is rook c3, which is, I think it's like check. And yeah, this one. But you are a pawn up as white here. I think maybe d4 is the key move. Key move. King here. Check. King d5. Rook f3. Ah, check and you lose the rook. Sorry. Equal. Sort of equalish. Again equal. What did he play? He played d4. Ah, okay. And now king e4. Check. King d4. Take. How dangerous is this endgame is the question. Rook d5. Ah, the Pragg is. Let's look at this way. Yeah? He gives a check. Pragg goes king f4. And now Pragg can repeat, or I think Pragg might. Oh, he drew. Yeah, they drew. I thought Pragg might go for this endgame, like here, take this. Madhu says everybody prepared for Magnus subject. Then Abdusattorov came out of syllabus, and Abdusattorov forgot Keymer prepared for Abdusattorov subject. But I think Abdusattorov has it under control now. Not yet 2700 for Pragg. I think because he lost that game, he went back down to 2694. Um, right now he's on 2694.4. With this draw, he should get around one elo point, maybe one elo. So he must reach 2695.4, somewhere there. 2695.4. Vincent. It's amazing how geniuses are created, like Vincent Keymer. I think at some point when I met his parents at the Vienna Open in 2016, they had one big issue, I think, which was that Vincent's school was not, it was not easy to get leaves for his chess and manage school and play both. And I think they might have managed to solve that issue somehow. So I think if you want to become a top player, you need to solve many such issues. Like first, related to your academics, second is related to your coaching, third is related to your finances. I think even in that respect, they really thought out of the box. They had Peter Lecco as his trainer for a long time. And also they had a manager for him who was Anand's former manager. Uh, Hans Walter Schmidt. And I think he helped him to raise funds and get sponsorship. Today he is where he is because of so many bold decisions that were made. Vincent is 18. Yeah, I think I'll also call it a night. I believe this will end in a draw. Let's do a quick roundup here, okay? So, firstly, today was the ninth round of the tournament. It's a 13 round event, and before the round began, these were the standings. Nodirbek had one full point lead over the field. When the round started, the most important and interesting round of the day was Gukesh taking on Magnus Carlsen. Now, Gukesh played with the black pieces and got a very nice position out of the opening when he played some very cool moves, which was to take bishop a3, knight b6, and then bishop f5, castles. And he played really well. I think the critical moment of the game did arrive when Magnus pushed his pawn to e4 and then asked the question to Gukesh whether you want to take this pawn, because if you do, then rook g3, my rook is saved and your knight is hanging. Gukesh found the best moves now. He took here, and then he managed to actually find again a series of great moves to exchange the queens, and in the end Magnus was the one who had to agree to a draw by perpetual. So that was a very good result because his a pawn was very strong, and Magnus had to draw. A very big game actually is Ding Liren versus Anish Giri, because it was a very complicated game, and at some point it felt like here today, fine, knight c3, knight d5, knight b5. It's just looking very bad for black, but he played a4, and then somehow in this complications, knight e3, knight d5, Anish managed to get a great position with this bishop c4, which was missed because after bc4, knight c4, there's a fork. So he became a pawn up, and then he controlled all the tactics. And when knight f6 happened, knight f3 check was missed by Ding, and this is all over because the queen controlling this, the bishop controlling this, and the rook coming into check is all over. And at this point, Ding Liren resigned the game. Parham Maghsoodloo versus Wesley so ended in a draw. It was slightly better for Wesley. I mean, in fact, clearly better for Wesley, but he couldn't convert it. Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh, we just saw, right? Praggnanandhaa versus Caruana. I think Caruana had good chances. Pragg had good chances out of the opening, but Caruana played a very nice move here, bishop a6, which traded the bishops. The point was, if you take here, there is knight e4, and then queen a5 check, and you win back the bishop. So here, in the end, Pragg was putting pressure somehow, but then he, on the 40th move, exchanged this too quickly, and then the game ended in a draw with accurate defense by Caruana. Very nice defense shown by him. Aronian versus Van Forest ended in a draw pretty quickly. Arjun Erigaisi actually had a tough game because I think he just got outplayed somehow. He made certain bad moves like rook g1, queen e1. And he got just completely outplayed when black did this. This is a very strong bishop. You can't move it off. And here, check, and queen h2 just lost. So big blow for Arjun. Third consecutive loss, it seems, to him. And for Vincent versus Abdusattorov, Vincent got a great position. Even now he's pressing. I guess he might win. And that would mean that the tournament would be thrown wide open with Anish and Vincent leading the pack with everyone else, many of them less half point behind them. But if Abdusattorov draws this, very likely that he will win this tournament. So for now, guys, I will take your leave. I hope you enjoyed this. And tomorrow I'll be going to Pune. In Pune, there's a simultaneous exhibition that Vidit Gujarati is giving at Persistent Systems. They are his sponsors, and he's going to play with 20 employees of the company. And I'm going to be there covering that event, and then coming back at night. I'll be commentating from there. Maybe Vidit will join us in the commentary there. And then next day I'll be coming back to Mumbai. And that would be a rest day. And on 27th and 28th and 29th will be the last 3 rounds. So that will be how the commentary will happen. Tomorrow Amruta will commentate from here, start the stream. I will join in from Zoom from Pune. So take care, guys, and see you all tomorrow. Thank you everyone for following this. I'll play a couple of videos right now. If you would like to buy these products, please do so. The links are in the description. There's currently a sale that we have kept on our channel, on our shop, which is if you buy Chess Base 17 and Mega Database 2023, which is very useful in general as a chess player, you will get a Chess Base India hoodie free. It will be shipped to you. So that's a big incentive. So just so that you know, this is the Chess Base 17 and Mega Database. And if you go for it, then you get this hoodie free. It's also worn by Gukesh, and not that same one, which it's his, but this one. And today Gukesh drew with Magnus, so you can check it out. It's the Republic Day offer sale. You get a nice one. It's around 1300 rupees that you get. Yeah, so take care, guys, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Hi, my little one, I'm Chess Park and I love chess. And I'll take you on a trip to my chess adventure park. Meet my friends, Pawn, tiny yet powerful. Then comes the tricky knight, Bishop, the diagonal's ally. Let's meet the elephant in the room, a rock-solid rook. Queen, the most powerful piece and the most valued piece on the board. King, the most important piece and the ruler of the ring. Fasten your seatbelt and let's get going to a special place that's mind-blowing. Chess Pine Chess Adventure Park, a brilliantly illustrated storybook to introduce the game of chess to children in a fun way by Chess Base India. Get yours now at Chess Base India shop.
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The Chess Base India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the Chess Base India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have two extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high quality vinyl board with notation, the Chess Base India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have two flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces. The Chess Base India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the Chess Base India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the Chess Base India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life.
Link is in the description.